How are you feeling? How long have you been here?
3 months, May 17th.
And what brought you here?
That's difficult to answer.
I'm not clear. How is it that playing the piano for people has eventually resulted in your being here in the hospital?
That's difficult to answer.
this the end? There's a noise inside my head of crying hate, of facing death. Is this the end? Is this the end? I'm burning in the there's no place to hide. I'm burning in the this is the final what have we done to the world? What have we done to the world? I'm burning in the there's no place to hide. I'm burning in the this is the final
Und weil der Mensch ein Mensch ist, drum braucht er was zum Essen, bitte sehr. Es macht ihn ein Geschwätz nicht satt, das schafft kein Essen her.
Rum links, zwei, drei, rum links, zwei, drei, wo dein Platz genossen ist. Weil ich ein Idealweiter einheizt und weil du auch ein Arbeiter bist.
Und weil der Mensch ein Mensch ist, drum hat der Stiefel im Gesicht nicht gern. Er will unter sich keinen Sklaven sehen und über sich keinen Herrn.
Rum links, zwei, drei, rum links, zwei, drei, wo dein Platz genossen ist. Weil ich ein Idealweiter einheizt und weil du auch ein Arbeiter bist.
Und weil der Prolet ein Prolet ist, drum wird ihn kein anderer befreien. Es kann die Befreiung der Arbeiter nur das Werk der Arbeiter sein.
Rum links, zwei, drei, rum links, zwei, drei, und ein Platz genossen ist. Weil ich ein Idealweiter einheizt und weil du auch ein Arbeiter bist.
Здравствуйте, comrades. Welcome to Socialism Saturday, where I almost just spilled my drink on my desk, but don't worry, we had a recovery. It's okay. Socialism Saturday is where we watch the real far left, the farthest of the far left, the most dystopian of the dystopian. We aren't watching Democrats because, as you all know who've been watching Socialism Saturday with me, Democrats are not real socialists. We are not watching progressives. We are not watching liberals, because real socialists, real communists hate progressives and they hate liberals, and they talk about it all the time. We are not even watching the Democratic Socialists of America, because with rare exception, and there are exceptions, most real socialists and communists don't actually consider the Democratic Socialists of America to be a socialist organization. They're trying to pull it further left. They've actually got a Marxist caucus within the Democratic Socialists of America where they're trying to pull the organization far left, but they're not there yet. In fact, some organizations actually forbid their members to be part of the Democratic Socialists of America if they are also part of their revolutionary socialist organization, because they don't consider the DSA to be the real far left. What we watch on Socialism Saturday is the origin point of every crazy idea in the world today. If you want to know where critical race theory and anti-racism in schools comes from, it's the people we watch on Socialism Saturday. If you want to know who's responsible for DEI and equity, it is the people we watch on Socialism Saturday. If you want to know who's responsible for gender ideology in schools, queering and transing kids, non-binary, gender reassignment for minors, it is the people we watch on Socialism Saturday. If you want to know who's behind all of the attacks on parental rights, it is the people that we watch on Socialism Saturday. If you want to know who's responsible for environmental justice, reproductive justice, abolish the police, the campus protests, that's actually especially important for today's show. It is the people we watch on Socialism Saturday. Now, we attract a lot of low IQ retards on Socialism Saturday who come into the stream, and they come in ready to give me a good piece of their mind because they hate communists and socialists, and they honestly think that we're communists and socialists. Because sadly, the sad reality is that the real far left is winning because people like this don't actually know who their enemy is. They have no idea. We're not even 5 minutes into the show and we've already had a sighting from the land of Retardia. It never fails. Literally every single Socialism Saturday, we get conservatives coming in here and calling us socialists and communists because they don't bother to use the thing that exists between both their ears and actually listen and think for a moment before they speak. And that is why the far left is winning, folks. That is why the far left is winning. Because and to really believe that China is socialist, bro. To really believe that China is socialist. Are you a retard? Yes, of course Adam is a retard. That's why Adam's going to get banned in our chat, because he's not smart enough to be here. Because we do have an IQ requirement here, ladies and gentlemen. You really do need at least a 100 IQ or greater to be able to comprehend the content we do on Socialism Saturday. If you have less than a 100 IQ, I'm very sorry you can't be here because you're just going to be disruptive and ornery and we're not going to like you very much. So just go find some stupid people content to watch. This is smart people content, okay? It's not dumb people content. I hope you're all having a great day. We're going to be doing something a little bit related to something we talked about a while ago. Do you guys remember when the campus, when at the beginning of the campus protests earlier this year, we read and analyzed this piece of queer, well, it's not even queer, anarchist literature called Communique from an Absent Future? The Terminus of Student Life. Does anyone remember this? Tolkien fan says, on a side note, to hell with conservative grifters and those who do engagement farming on social media instead of expanding their understanding. Isn't it funny? Isn't it funny? Every single time something crazy and socialist happens, you get all, and they're always women, right? You get all these conservative women who are like, I just don't understand what this woke language means. Can you please explain it to me? Of course, they aren't actually interested in an explanation. They're just engagement farming on Twitter to make money. That's the world we live in. So we read and analyzed this piece of anarchist literature several months ago, Communique from an Absent Future, The Terminus of Student Life. This was actually written back in 2009. But as we know, as people who follow this content know, one of the key areas of influence that is not discussed about the far left at all, because everyone on the right and everyone analyzing the left focuses on the philosophy that was published 200 years ago. We're not talking about the philosophy that was published 200 years ago. We're not talking about the philosophy that was published 100 years ago. We're not talking about the philosophy that's published 50 years ago. But the literature that we do talk about relatively frequently, and I would like to maybe up our frequency with it, we have, this is all my fault, of course, I'm the one who dictates the content for the channel, but like, we have moments where we talk about anarchist literature and anarchist zines a lot, and then we kind of ignore it for a little while. It's really heavy content if I'm being honest about it, but the fact is that anarchist literature and anarchist zines is hugely influential on today's far left activists. This is actually, I would argue, this stuff is more influential on today's far left activists, the real people out there in the real world, and what they're doing and what they talk about and what their ideas are. I would argue this stuff is much more influential than any of the dead philosophers. Seriously. And the reason I say that is because when we started reading this stuff, we started hearing the language that they use in their trainings. I mean, in some cases verbatim. In some cases, we've caught them actually quoting from queer anarchist literature that we read. It's not all queer, I guess, but a lot of it is. And so when it comes to the far left, this sort of thing, this underground literature that only exists within their subculture, that only people in their subculture are actually reading and engaging with, this is what is influencing the far left more than anything you see James Lindsay or any of the classical liberals talking about, than anything that you see what the academics are talking about, because they're all analyzing the philosophy of dead people. I'm not insinuating that the philosophy of dead people is unimportant. It is actually important, but no one ever talks about this stuff. And so that to me tells me this is an area that we can go into that is not only going to be really fruitful in terms of the information, but is going to be honestly something that no one else is covering. And I think that's important, and I do think it is incredibly influential, and I think that people need to know where these ideas are coming from. And so the ideas we're going to talk about today, I'm going to bet you money, are related back to this. Communicate from an absent future, the terminus of student life, because this paper is all about how they want to destroy the colleges and universities, because they believe that the colleges and universities are too connected with capitalism and producing the next generation of workers for the capitalist society. That's what this paper is about. It was written in 2009. It was written around I believe it was around like a budget crisis at the University of California, where a lot of this stuff that I've seen, specifically around the universities, it does tend to come out of California. There are a lot of universities in California. It's also very lefty, so it kind of makes sense that it comes from there. But yeah, the UC budget crisis, this is when this came out of. And so when you read stuff like this, you find out that a lot of people think that because the left does own the universities, and they do, but they're like, why would protesters want to protest and destroy the universities? We saw incredibly adversarial relationships between campus protesters and the administration all throughout the spring and to a lesser extent now in the fall. The protests are still going on, by the way. I don't know if people know this because the news isn't really covering it. The campus protests are still going on to this day. Columbia students were just literally protesting a tree lighting the other day. So there's an adversarial relationship between the student activists and the administration, and the student activists. And I need to go back and find this video, because during the initial stages of the protests at Columbia last spring, one of the protest leaders is on video calling Columbia an illegitimate university, even though he was a graduate student there. So they're calling the universities illegitimate institutions that they want to abolish because they believe that the universities uphold the capitalist order. What does this have to do with what we're watching today? Well, I was going through Common Notions Press's YouTube channel, which is a socialist publisher that I just haven't really engaged with all that much, but we're going to start engaging with them. And I found this presentation, Abolish the University, Where Do We Start? And I didn't recognize any of the names here, but it is in Philadelphia. This was on April 14th, 2023, so a little over a year and a half ago, so it's a little bit older, before October 7th. But guess what? When I scrolled down to the description, who's in the description? Who are we being treated with? Actually, I need to change my background. Guys, I have a new background. You ready for it? You ready for it? Boom. Socialism Saturday background. Hang on. Gotta get, there we go. Socialism Saturday background. The Socialism Saturday background is in effect. Whose name is on this? Hi, Sophie. Hi, Sophie. I wasn't even looking for Sophie. You know, the universe works in mysterious ways. I wasn't even looking for Sophie for today's presentation. Instead, Sophie found me. It's kind of like Sophie and I are soulmates. It's kind of like Sophie and I are meant to be together. Sophie is my one true love of the internet. She is our ginger dragon. She is our favorite Abolish the Family socialist. Sophie just got a book deal this past week to write a book about the liberation of children from adult supremacy, which I think is going to be great because that means Sophie's going to go on a speaking tour. That means more content for us. Sophie is the queen of Socialism Saturday. We love her, and apparently when we're not even trying to find presentations with Sophie in them, they just turn up. And this isn't even about Sophie's area of specialty. Sophie is an abolish the family socialist. So why is she talking about abolishing the universities? Well, we're going to find out. And it makes sense because Sophie does live in Philadelphia, so it makes sense that she would have been involved. Let's read the rest of the presentation. In offering a possibility for the object of abolition, Stefano and Fred suggest not so much the abolition of prisons, but the abolition of a society that could have prisons, that could have slavery, that could have wage, and therefore not elimination of anything, but abolition as a form of founding a new society. Even just that sentence to us is insightful regarding what the left believes. They need to abolish everything to create a new society. Oh, hang on. Wait. It's funny that they phrase it like this. I have had, sitting on my desk forever, a t-shirt that I got at the Socialism 2023 conference when I went undercover at it. Here is what the t-shirt says. Abolish everything. They were literally selling these at the Socialism 2023 conference. Isn't that funny? Isn't that funny? Because we just saw that the far left sees the abolition of a society that could have prisons, that could have slavery, that could have wage, and therefore not the elimination of anything, but abolition as the founding of a new society. The far left wants to abolish everything to create a new society, remake society in their image. And that image is in the image of Marx. That image is a society built on equity. That image is a society in which no one owns private property. Private property is their definition of capitalism. What they mean by private property is your ability to own a home, your ability to own land, your ability to own an apartment rental that you rent out as a landlord, your ability to own intellectual property, your ability to own a private business, whether or not you believe that private business, whether or not that private business is big or small, the ability to have parental rights over your children. Sophie Lewis is an Abolish the Family activist. Parental rights are considered to be a form of private property under capitalism, and your individual liberties like freedom of speech, freedom of religion, things like that. All of those things are types of quote-unquote private property that would be abolished in their founding of a new society. There's a lot of other stuff that would be abolished too. They want to abolish money. They want to abolish banks. They want to abolish all prisons. They want to abolish the police. The police are the managers of private property, so we can't keep them around, can we? They want to abolish private food production. They want to abolish private kitchens. They want to abolish all private education. That means no charter schools, no private schools, no homeschooling, elimination of all homeschooling. They want to they want to nationalize all energy production. They want to nationalize all food production. They want to nationalize all healthcare. They want to make sure that you have compulsory public education. That means all your little darlings must, as a matter of law, go through the public schools. Well, it's not private. Private is a dirty word, but that's not why. That's not why. It's individual versus collective. Private is individual, public is collective. We're talking about individualism versus collectivism. That's why. We actually do have them on video advocating for re-education camps for people who would overthrow the socialist order. That comes from the Party of Socialism and Liberation. Party for Socialism and Liberation tends to be more Stalinist, but we do actually have them on video talking about how they want to abolish the prisons, free all the prisoners, and then reallocate the prisons to be re-education camps for the enemies of socialism. So that's real. This event examines how the abolition of the university fits within the practice of reimagining the world otherwise, and how university abolition connects with other abolitionist projects, including that of the police and prison abolition, as well as family abolition. Hi, Sophie. Hi, we found you. Hi, Sophie. Family abolition. Hi. How are the aims and tactics of the university abolition distinct, if at all, from other forms of abolition? The conversation that hopes to connect struggles in and around higher education, labor, debt, gentrification, policing, and others to broad political horizons. That is what we're going to be watching tonight for Socialism Saturday, ladies and gentlemen. I'm really looking forward to it. It's 2 hours long, 2 hours and 17 minutes long. It's going to be a long episode tonight. It's going to be great. Everyone ready for it? We got a couple orders of business before we get started. Of course, number one, please head over to my Substack, which is Carlyn, KARLYN.substack.com. This is my primary content hub on the internet. It is also the very best place to support the work I'm doing. Guys, if you appreciate the work I'm doing, if you want to see me keep doing it, if you want to keep me streaming 6 days a week, if you want to keep me posting content on the internet, the very best thing you can do is support the work I'm doing by signing up for a membership for $8 a month or $80 a year on the Substack, because this funds my ability to do it. It funds my ability to do it. So if you guys want to see this content, if you guys appreciate this content, please make sure you're supporting it. A membership on the Substack allows me to have a reliable monthly and annual income that I can count on, so I know how much money is coming in at any given time. It allows me to dedicate my time to teaching and researching and educating you. It allows me to do my time just hunting down all the materials that we find, and I really can't do it without this. So if you are not yet subscribed to the Substack, I want to see in the chat. 1 in the chat if you are a supporting member on the Substack. 2 in the chat if you are not a supporting member on the Substack. Let's see how many people are subscribed to the Substack. How many people are supporting my work? I really do appreciate it. That is the very best place to go. You can always pop over here for other ways to support my work in journalism under the How to Support My Journalism section. You can see that in addition to becoming a monthly or annual member, you can also make one-time gifts on the Substack. You can shop in my merchandise store, the Unwoke Art Store. We'll talk about that in a second. You can help fund the next book I'm writing, which I am working on. You can come to my daily streams just like this one, Monday through Friday at 5 p.m. Eastern Time. Socialism Saturday is Saturdays at 6 p.m. Eastern Time. And of course, you can follow me on social media. I'm Dr. Carlyn B on Twitter. You can join my Telegram group for notifications for when I'm going live and stuff like that. That is t.me/unwokex. You can find the information over there. And of course, the number one thing you guys can always do to support my work is to share it with as many people as possible. I really do appreciate it. Without you guys helping me get the word out, no one's going to know about this. And the number one thing you can do to fight back against the far left, and I really, really, really do believe that, is you got to learn as much about the far left as possible. You've got to learn how to teach it in a way that is simple and easy for people to understand. A lot of the reasons that people don't understand what is going on the far left is because the teaching of it is way too wordy and academic. Normal people can't follow that sort of thing. All right? So you need to learn how to teach it in a way that is simple and easy for people to understand, and you need to go out and teach as many people as possible. So let's take a look. Let's take a look at how many people are supporting me on the Substack. We've got Bot, Reagan, Maldi, Judy, Lisa, Imaginarium, Kurt is, Billy is, Texas Gal, Kevin, Dan, thank you guys, Gabrielle, Bad Cat, Green Eyed Lady, Leonard, Grandma Nay, Kazmar, Trendolin, I'm going to get you that penguin shirt, I promise, Trendolin, Rationalist, Nick, Dingleberry, hi Murphy's Pool, it's good to see you. Lots of ones going on. Some people I still haven't won over. Gay Carpenter, we haven't won over him yet. Mizakan, you're doing other things, so I know I'm not so worried about that. Not so worried about that. Liberty Styles, we're still going to win over. So we do have a couple more people we need to win over tonight, but that's okay. If you guys appreciate it, please consider supporting my work. I really do appreciate the help. And of course, you can always fund my work by shopping in the Unwoke Art Store. There's just a couple days left for the very dystopian discount. We are doing 25% off all of the dystopian collection in the Unwoke Art Store. That means merch with all of these designs on them, are available for 25% off for Christmas gifts and all that sort of stuff. And so if you want that, you can head over there, click into each design to see what type of merch we are offering. We got t-shirts, we got stickers, we got notebooks, we got posters, we've got long sleeve shirts, mugs, we've got hoodies, we got sweatshirts, we got tumblers, we have prints, we have bags, all sorts of good stuff that you can get with those designs on them. These are some of my favorite designs in the store. And all the purchases do go to fund the work I'm doing. So get all these designs, which are all based off of dystopian movie posters, for 25% off for another couple of days. And I really do appreciate it, guys. You can get some cool stuff. Here we go. I'm about to be told off. With all due respect, I really do not understand why you don't spend more time covering Democrats rather than obscure activists. Does everyone want to educate Truth and Justice here, who I've never seen in my chat before, who has never participated in any of these streams that I can tell? Does anyone in the chat want to educate Truth and Justice about why I don't spend more time covering the Democrats? Does anyone want to do that? Anyone want to do that? I'm happy to do it, of course. I'm just curious about what your guys' answers are. Why on earth would I spend time covering the Democrats, is my answer. Why on earth would I spend my time covering the Democrats? Because Democrats support capitalism. Democrats are not socialists. Democrats are not responsible for all the crazy ideas we see in the world. Democrats are not responsible for critical race theory in schools, gender ideology in schools, queer theory, disability studies, abolish the police, campus protests, reproductive justice. Democrats are not responsible for environmental justice. Democrats are not responsible for all the protests that you're going to be seeing in the streets over the next year, but starting more in the spring and the summer. But the Democrats are not going to be responsible for the inauguration protests. Democrats are not socialists. Democrats are just paid robots who will say and do anything. Reagan says, wow, Truth and Justice, are you dumb? Socialists are not Democrats, and socialists are the ones that control the institutions that are destabilizing our society. We follow real radical revolutionary socialists here. We don't care about Democrats. Democrats are like 7 steps removed from the things we care about. They are not the ones causing the problems. The only reason that conservative retards think that it's the Democrats causing the problems because their influencers lie to them all of the fucking time. No, they don't. Bro. Liberty Styles. We need to educate you about something. First of all, governors do not mandate anything in public schools. Governors have no direct control over what's taught in public schools. So Democrat governors can say and do whatever the fuck they want. Democrat governors have no official power to dictate what's taught in the public schools. So what they say and do doesn't matter. Who dictates what's taught in the public schools are the teachers in the classroom. The teachers in the classroom have been indoctrinated into a far-left ideology since they were in teachers' college. So, I don't give a flying fuck what the Democrats of Democrat... And by the way, do you guys not realize, Liberty Styles, do you not understand that Republican governors do absolutely nothing to prevent the teaching of far-left ideology in schools? I know. I helped pass an anti-CRT ban in the state that I live in today. And do you know what? That anti-CRT thing does nothing. It literally isn't even enforced by the state. It doesn't prevent the teaching of CRT. It doesn't prevent the teaching of anti-racism. It doesn't prevent the teaching of Marxism. It literally does nothing. So you want me to worry about Democratic governors who have no power over teacher classrooms? And you want me to ignore the fact that Republican governors don't do the things that they claim to do? In fact, their policies don't even prevent the teaching of far-left ideology. And you want me to ignore the fact that that CRT doesn't come from the fucking Democrats. It comes from the far left. Does that seem like a good idea to you? Does that really seem like a good idea to you? Maybe you need to stick around the channel a little bit longer and you need to learn some stuff. You need to meet Jesse Hagopian, who I've covered on this channel for about 1.5 years now. Jesse Hagopian is a teacher out of Seattle. He works with an organization called Rethinking Schools. And Jesse Hagopian, I have him on tape on multiple occasions talking about the idea of fugitive pedagogy or smuggler pedagogy, where the radical revolutionary far left, not the Democrats, Jesse Hagopian is not a Democrat. Jesse Hagopian is a socialist. I know because I first met him at the Socialism Conference. I have Jesse Hagopian on tape talking about how they are smuggling quote-unquote banned pedagogy into red states where the governors have done such a good job in banning it. The governors of the red states, like Ron DeSantis, in fact, did such a good job that Jesse Hagopian is working with teachers all throughout the state of Florida to bring the so-called banned education into their classrooms. By the way, the governor's office knows about this because I sent them the recordings. By the way, they never did fucking anything about it. Don't come onto my channel and tell me I need to cover the Democrats. That's retarded. Let's see if Truth and Justice is still here. Yes, he is. Truth and Justice, you can let us know if you have any retort to that. In the meantime, I would like to thank Suzanne for the first super chat of the day. Your yard sign has the neighbors talking. Of course, Suzanne is talking about this yard sign. Oh! Oh! Look at this! Look at this! Look at this! Look at this! Who is the retard naming? Oh my god, there it is. There it is. There it is right there. This is the type of retardio we can expect. Literally, anytime someone comes into my chat and says something like this, and we tell them explicitly why we're not covering Democrats. I'm sorry, but Jay Lizzie and Patrick Pat was spot on about you. Aggressive, cold, and narcissistic. I came here with an open mind. You're clearly deluded. Are you fucking low IQ retard, bro? Yeah, the answer is yes. That probably actually is Poetry Painter. That bitch has so many fucking accounts. Every goddamn time. Yeah, go listen to James Lindsay who tells you that Hegel is a wizard. Go listen to James Lindsay who will tell you that Hegel is a Gnostic fucking wizard. Anyway, we're going to ban our friend Truth and Justice because they're just too stupid to be here. And we're going to focus on you guys. And I'm going to focus on Suzanne, who says, my yard sign has my neighbors talking. You can pick up the yard sign over in the Unwoke Art Store, guys. And it looks rad. People have been sending me pictures. It looks awesome. Speaking of super chats, I want to try something new. I would like to try something new for super chats. I had it all set up and then my thing crashed. Hang on. Hang on. I would like to try to front load our super chat goal. Okay? Because we do have a super chat goal. I like to hit a goal of $100 on every single stream. That means if 20 people send in $5, we hit our goal. I would like to try to front load our super chat goal by doing one of these new super chat goal things that YouTube has, because I've never done this before and I want to give it a try. And I would like to try to get $100 in super chats in the first hour of the stream. I'll make an hour 15 minutes, maybe just to have a little bit. No, I can only do an hour. Never mind. We're going to try to get $100 in super chats in the first hour of the stream just to get it out of the way. And if we get that, I won't badger you for the rest of the night. So let's start that goal. Let's see how this works. I've never done one of these super chat goal things before. There we go. There we go. So Suzanne's wasn't added, but we can just imagine that Suzanne's is added. We can just imagine that Suzanne's is added. Let me actually add Suzanne's to the banner in the bottom of the thing. So let's try to get that, guys. We need 19 more super chats, $5 to hit our goal. If you want to send in more money, that'll help us get to the goal earlier. Montag says, I almost wrote a chat like that the first time I got here, but listening and learning brought me back here to gain further understanding. Well, that's the difference between you and the low IQ retards, Montag. That's the difference. The low IQ retards don't listen. The low IQ retards are not capable of learning, and so that's why we dismiss them as low IQ retards. Trendolin in with the super sticker. Thank you for the super sticker. Dan, thank you for the super chat as well. Dan, I owe you a DM about the legal matter that you DM me about. I haven't forgotten about it. I'm not ignoring it. I do really appreciate you and all your support, and I owe you a DM on that. Hey, Brian, thank you for the super chat. Guys, we are off to a rousing start today as we are about to get into the university, abolish the university sessions. Already 22% of the way to our goal. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Now, before we get into it, I do have a couple of reminders for people. First of all, is there anyone new watching Socialism Saturday today? Is there anyone new that has not been to Socialism Saturday before? I'm also keeping an eye over on Rumble. Hey, Sith over on Rumble. Good to see you. If you are new to Socialism Saturday, we do have rules that try to ground us. So I'm going to just get that banner off the screen for a second. There we go. Let's do the rules. Okay. So, number one, we do have fun here. We do make jokes here. And of course, like, everyone's welcome to have a good time in the chat. But please understand, we do take this seriously, okay? This is a class and this is a research group. And so we do actually take this seriously. So if people start like getting way off topic, if people start posting in the chat frequently about things that don't matter, quite frankly, if people start distracting other people, I'm going to ask you to cut that shit out. And the reason that is because this is a class and a research group. I need you to think of me as a teacher in a class. Think of this as a real world classroom. I am the teacher of the class. You are the student in the class. What you would never do in a real world classroom is come in and just start yelling and screaming and disrupting the whole class. If you wouldn't do it in the real world, you aren't going to do it here either, because we do take this seriously, and this is a class and a research group. So I ask everyone, don't be a dick. It's real simple, guys. Don't insult me. Don't insult other people in the chat. We try to keep it nice for everyone. You're not going to get insulted either unless you start insulting other people. I can do whatever I want because you are in my house, but you're not going to have any trouble with me if you keep your cool. The minute you start insulting me, the minute you start causing problems in the chat is the minute that you're going to hear about it, and I promise you're not going to like it. If I ask you to stop doing something, I don't need whining. I don't need complaining. Please, I don't have kids for a reason. I don't want to hear whining in my own home. I certainly don't want to hear whining on the internet. You're all adults. If I ask you to stop doing something, please just stop doing it because it's for the greater good of what we're trying to accomplish here. Number 4 is the most important rule. Our goal here is to listen. The way we learn about the left, the way we learn how to decode the language of the left is by listening to the left in their natural environment. We are peeking behind the curtain. We are watching the things that most anti-communists don't watch. Okay, so I need you to listen actively. I will work with you to break down the language. If you have questions about what the language means, please put them in the chat. I will answer any question. The chat will answer any question. But here's the big one, guys. No debunking. Yes, I know that socialists are wrong. I've watched more socialist content than anyone in the world. I know socialists are wrong. I know all of the debunks that people are going to put in the chat. It is a distraction from listening. Every time you guys are debunking them by saying, this is stupid for reason X, Y, B, and Z, socialists are mentally ill, socialists are, like whatever debunking you have, it is a distraction from actually listening to understand them. So I will call you out if I see you debunking them, because I need you to stop debunking and I need you to start listening. Lastly, if you break my rules, or if you cause me problems, or if you're just here to cause trouble, I will ban you. I will try to embarrass you on the way out too, because that's the way we roll here. If you want to come in and cause trouble in my chat, I'm going to cause you trouble on the way out the door. So please don't do that. I don't like banning people, but I will if you're only here to cause problems, because we do take this seriously, and this is our research group, and we do this for hours a week, every single week, and we don't need any of your grief. Okay? Everyone on board. Everyone on board. Let me just set the sound up. We can get this party started. We got a lot to talk about tonight. Oh, why do we have another retarded conservative in my chat? Why? I literally just said, can we listen and not engage like unhinged hooligans? No, bridge too far. Honest Dog Allison, thank you for the super sticker. I really do appreciate it. Thank you. Let me put the banner back up with the super chats. We are already 32% of our way to our goal for the super chats. Yay. Yay us. Yay us. All right, guys, please mount the like button if you would be so kind. Please subscribe to the channel if you are not already. We are watching Abolition in the University. Where do we start? This is from about a year and a half ago. This is from Common Notions Press. Let's get this party started. Of course, my sound is not set up correctly. Why would my sound be set up correctly? That would be speed things way too easy. I know there's music playing right now, but I can't hear it. There we go. Now I can. All right, fast forwarding. Why can't I? Oh, I don't know why I have it zoomed in. Why are we listening to 70s music? This is so weird. Hang on. I need to reload my screen, guys. I'm sorry. Something is messing up on YouTube with me. Well, Bobby, I just explained why they hate the universities earlier. Were you here for it? Did you listen to my explanation? Because I think you were here for it. Guys, the short version is that the left wants to abolish everything that upholds capitalist society. The left hates the universities because they believe that the universities are in the business of producing workers for the capitalist society. Therefore, they want to abolish the universities. That's why. Okay, we need to fast forward. Why are we listening to disco music? How long does the disco music go? What is going on? Jeez.
Director of.
Oh, look, this is back when they were. There's
Broadly.
Sophie! This is an actual panel. Look at this. Sound sounds good. Well, wonders never cease.
Hello.
There's our queen.
Hello. Welcome, everyone. Hi. How many of you have been to Making World before? Can I get a show of hands? Okay, so a decent amount of you guys have not. Welcome to our space. We are a community bookshop that's also a worker cooperative. And
Bobby, I need you to improve your listening skills. I literally just said less than 5 minutes ago this was a year and a half ago. Please improve the listening skills. This is like the second time on this stream, Bobby. Come on.
I feel like teacher. Shh. We are a worker cooperative, and we obviously have a bit of a leftist politic if you take a look at some of our books.
Obviously.
But more than anything, we are a community space. We very much situate ourselves within West Philadelphia and within Philadelphia broadly. And we have events like this
All
to
right,
further
well,
the
we'll
community
keep that in mind. Thank you.
goals.
But
we do.
But listen. I don't want any fucking excuses, okay? I mean this. I understand that I have a lot of people who may have struggled in school on my channel. I understand I have a lot of autistic people on this channel. I understand there are weird people on the internet. I understand there are people of all different abilities. But the thing of it is, and I really do mean this, I have high expectations of my audience. If you are coming back here time and time again, and Bobby, you've been back here time and time again, you are perfectly intellectually capable of understanding this stuff. I think that people rise to the level at which they have the expectations set for them. My expectations are not low. My expectations are not mediocre. My expectations are high for my audience because my audience is among the smartest people on the internet and know more about what's going on the far left than anyone else on the internet and are going out into the real world and teaching people. And I believe that you can rise to high expectations. I think one of the problems with our world today, and certainly one of the problems with the far left, is they don't no one holds themselves to higher expectations anymore. No one says, I can be better, I can do better, I am perfectly capable of achieving whatever I want to. I'm perfectly capable of listening to the far left and understanding it. I'm perfectly capable of listening to the explanations Carlin's giving and understanding it and retaining that knowledge. I know this sounds like a simple thing and maybe it's nitpicky, but I believe everyone here is perfectly capable of doing this. And one of the reasons that we are not doing better in the fight against the far left is because more people are not holding themselves to higher expectations around what can actually be accomplished. Thank you for the super chat, Gay Carpenter. Here's to be eating socialist. Not my blood, but does come from sweat. Darn YouTube edit. Well, thank you, Gay Carpenter. I do appreciate it. Yeah, Suzanne has memory issues. We know that. Suzanne shows up, she does her best. A long ass time. Probably forever. But we have literature of them talking about this since 2009. There's probably literature before that I haven't found yet, but this is not a new thing.
Actually require masks. So if you do not have one, there's some on the front and Sinead will gladly hand you one. And on that note, I'm going to turn it over to Andy.
Thank you so much. And welcome again, everybody. And thank you. My name's Andy Hines, and I'm the Senior Associate Director of the A-Lot Foundation at Swarthmore. And this event is the culmination of a week-long residency with Abby, Eli, Nick, and Zach at Swarthmore. I'm just going to say like a 10-second thing about the A-Lot Foundation, what this event is part of.
So I'm noticing this Twitter goal doesn't include super stickers, which is annoying. So it says there's only 2. We got a lot more than that. Okay, so maybe this goal isn't. But still, let's front load the goal. Let's get in the first hour, guys. Come on, please, let's do it.
And then I'm gonna get started because I know that you're not here to hear me talk about that. For those of us who don't know us, the A-Lot Foundation at Swarthmore is an interdisciplinary research center, an intellectual community that supports the creation and dissemination of knowledge about liberal arts education as it exists across the broadest possible range of contexts and institutions. This event is part of our Race, Racism, and the Liberal Arts series. It's a project that explores and assembles work on underrepresented histories of how Black and Indigenous people, institutions, and ideas have existed outside of, pushed against, or reshaped from within the institutions of the liberal arts. You should please search for us and visit our website to find a catalog of recordings of events a lot like this one, as well as published materials related to the project. And I also encourage folks, if you haven't already, at the counter to the side of all of you, there are pamphlets, Abolitionist University Studies pamphlets, also a few posters, which I encourage you to pick up and take home for free. I want to briefly thank Making Worlds for letting us use this incredible space and being here, and for all the work they've done in helping us to organize this event. I also want to thank Marianne Dodge, Tim Burke, and Rachel Burma, who have helped to organize this entire week. And finally, a brief advanced thanks to Abby, Eli, Nick, and Zach, and of our other guests, of course, for all that they have shared with us and will share with you tonight. We're just so glad you could be here with us. We really appreciate it. Now let me introduce Connor Tomas Reed, who will be facilitating this event proceedings. Coco is a scholar organizer of radical cultural movements at the City University of New York and the 2022-2023 postdoctoral fellow in social justice and higher education in the Publics Lab at the CUNY Graduate Center. They are the author of a really exciting book that's published on Common Notions Press, which I hope when it comes out in May that everybody will buy and read. Maybe we'll have another event or something. The book is called New York Liberation School, Study and Movement for the People's University. I'll hand things over to Coco.
Hey, y'all. Hello. I just want to take a moment and
keep in mind this was in April of 2023 and they're still all wearing masks because socialists wear masks at their event. Actually, some of them still do to this day. I don't know if they're going to be doing it next year, but even up through socialist events all year this year, they were all wearing masks at their events because they believe that masking is a part of community care where everyone cares for everyone else. They're not trying to hide their identity in this context. Sometimes they are, but like in this context, they're not actually trying to hide their identity. They all know who each other is, okay? They're wearing masks because they believe it's their responsibility in terms of like caring for everyone else. Let me know if you have questions for that. Conservatives almost always laugh at communists until the communists inevitably take over. Yep, exactly. The only ones who don't are the ones who defeat the yeah, that's exactly right. That's exactly right. Conservatives make fun and jokes and they laugh and they call them all mentally ill and they dismiss them and all this stuff. And then all of a sudden the communists win and conservatives are confused about what happened. No, it's not cannibalism. You just don't understand their language and you don't understand the things they care about. The number one goal the left has is to abolish capitalism. If they believe that the universities are feeding the capitalist system, then abolishing the universities makes perfect sense. You're the one who doesn't understand their ideology, bro. You're saying the activists hate how expansive it is to learn their own ideology? Bro, I literally have socialists and communists who watch my channel because I know more about their ideology than they do, and they come here to learn from the things that I watch. You are the one. This is exactly the fucking point. You are the one that does not understand their ideology. You're saying they don't understand their ideology because you don't understand their ideology, and you are projecting your ignorance onto them. When they understand their ideology perfectly, it is you who does not understand it. So either you pay attention and learn, or you can continue in ignorance. The choice is entirely yours.
and ask us to kind of root ourselves into the room. Take a moment and look around at who's gathered here tonight. See who else is here with you. Take a look. So this is our coalition for the night, and I just want to share with so much respect and gratitude that you all chose to gather here tonight, that we're reaching across to learn lessons, to be able to try to form strategies and to be able to think more deeply about the struggles that we're in, including across the struggles of abolition and university movements. Really want to ask that we able to hold with focus and care this kind of coalition tonight. So as you're getting to hear from the speakers who I'll introduce in a moment, I want for you to think about, how do these ideas land with you? How do these experiences and histories relate to your own? I really want for us to be able to shape the room, getting to hear from the folks here up at the front, but for this to be very much a dialogue with everyone here. So gratitude again for y'all being here. So just to share a little bit about the process tonight, we're going to first hear from Abby, Eli, Nick, and Zach about some concepts and contents from a text called Abolitionist University Studies and Invitation, and probably some different trajectories from that. Also, then afterwards, get to hear from Sophie and from Sterling about putting this in context of other kinds of research and organizing, including what's happening right here in Philadelphia. So let me read the bios and then we'll get to hear from them. So first, Abby Boggs teaches sociology, feminist and gender studies, and education studies at Wesleyan University. In addition to the collective work on abolitionist approaches to the university, she is writing a book on the figure of a non-citizen student and the history of U.S. higher education. Eli Meyerhoff is the author of a book titled Beyond Education, Radical Studying for Another World. He works as a staff person in the John Hope Franklin Humanities Institute at Duke University. Nick Mitchell writes and teaches about gender, race, capital, and knowledge. She gets paid to do so as tenured faculty in the Feminist Studies Department and the Critical Race and Ethnic Studies program at the University of California, Santa Cruz.
Seriously?
Zach Schwartz-Weinstein
Can we look
writes
that up?
about the history of university labor.
Can someone look up the Feminist Studies program at the University of California, Santa Cruz? I'm pretty sure that's also where Angela Davis is, or was.
Teaches in upstate New York.
Yeah.
Sophie Lewis is the author.
Exactly. The leaders of the far left are the activists, the authors, and the academics, and oftentimes people can be all three of those roles. The people you're seeing here are the academics and the authors, and some of them are also the activists. Maybe all of them are the activists. I just don't know all of them, so I can't say that for sure, but we can say they are the academics and they are the authors, and some of them are also the activists. Those are the leaders on the far left. Cool. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Bob. Thank you, Reagan.
Author of Full Surrogacy
Very good,
Now,
Bobby.
Feminism Against Family, and Abolish the Family, a manifesto for care and liberation. At the Brooklyn Institute for Social Research, Sophie teaches courses on feminist, trans, and queer politics and philosophy. And last but definitely not least, Sterling Johnson is a housing and harm reduction organizer with the Philadelphia Housing Action, as well as a current PhD student in Temple University's Geography and Urban Studies. They research in Black geographies, anti-colonialism, feminist geography, carceral and abolition geographies. Their research.
What the fuck is feminist geography? There's a feminist geography program at Temple University, and this black guy is in it? Okay.
Concerned with laws and morality and issues of social justice and liberation. So if y'all will please join me in giving a welcome for these folks to get started.
Okay, I think that's me. I just want to start out with some.
Is this person trans?
To you all for coming out. To Tim.
Wait, that's a. Is that a trans black person? Okay.
Rachel, Marianne, and Andy from the A Lot Foundation for bringing us out. It's really been an amazing week to get to.
Thanks, Bob.
Be with the folks out here and to be with each other, which, you know, as a group of people who are all over the country, we don't get to share space a lot, and so it's really amazing to actually to have extended time with each other and in conversation with a whole bunch of people that have allowed us to kind of keep the momentum up with this project. Gratitude so much to the Making World Worker Cooperative, to Sterling and Sophie for being here as well. And with that, I'm going to get started. So we're just going to give a little bit of an overview of this piece that we really started our collaboration. It's an artifact of
The sound
our
are their
collaboration,
problems,
but
not
also
mine.
a living document that continues that collaboration. So abolition in the university, where do we start? We came together in 2018 and published a version of what we're presenting today in August 2019 via Abolition Journal. Then we started meeting with a larger group of scholars in October 2019. We're still collaborating with them, and we're still working on expanding this work into a larger book project. We're thinking through the university as a site of contestation, not just as a single thing, but as a site of power and opposition between conflicting claims of justice. We also want to begin by acknowledging that we're gathering today on Lenape land seized by a combination of force, treaty.
Dan was like, they didn't even have a land acknowledgement, and I almost tried to say to Dan, well, they don't always have land acknowledgements. They do sometimes, they don't sometimes, but apparently they do today. I'm going to turn down my mic a little bit, guys, because I have a feeling people are going to need to turn up their volume, and the volume isn't max on my end. I apologize. Socialist sound is spotty at best, but I'm going to turn down my microphone, and that way everyone can turn up the volume on their computer so everyone can hear a little bit better.
Coercively forged and spontaneously abandoned. As authors, we collaborated and developed the argument of this piece on Ohlone land, on Wanguk land at Matabesit, on Okanichi-Saponi land, on Mohawk and Mohican land. Together, we learn new ways of being unsettled by the logics of university that seek to organize knowledge as a substitute and alternative to justice. In this acknowledgement, we hope to make space to continue this unsettlement. Part of that project entails a reckoning with the real limits of knowledge. These complexities and complicities are part of what this project is in response to. Most US university histories reproduce them in one way or another. This is not a project of restoration, redemption, or absolution, though it might be a project of transformation. It is decidedly not a nostalgic project, but it is not one without hope. In taking up the language of abolition, we seek to reckon with how higher education in the US is not merely complicit with, but rather co-constitutive with the logics and practices of carcerality, settler colonialism, and racial capitalism. We want at the same time to insist.
There it is. And they don't have closed captions, guys, so I can't show you the closed captions. The U.S. university system is complicit with carcerality. That means the prison industrial complex. Abolish the police is based on abolishing capitalism. I think they said colonialism, which is about stealing land from the indigenous people and privatizing it under the oppressive force of capitalism. And then racial capitalism, which, what does racial capitalism mean? Bott and Reagan are never going to forget this. What does racial capitalism mean? The larger point, of course, is that all these terms are references to capitalism, which is always their enemy. Private property ownership is the basis of what they believe capitalism is. Guys, what does racial capitalism mean? Racial capitalism means exploiting people of color for the benefit of capitalism. Very, very good. Bott actually has this written on her wall.
Language of abolition, we seek to reckon with how higher education in the US is not merely complicit with, but rather co-constitutive with the logics and practices of carcerality, settler colonialism, and racial capitalism. We want at the same time to insist that those are not the final words on what kind of spaces, relationships, ways of knowing, and even institutions that an abolitionist approach to a university.
Hang on. Make space, hold space, share space. Why do they say that word so much? Why do you guys think they say the word so much? Make space, hold space. They talk about making space. Why do they like the idea of making space for something? Hint, it's based on the definition of capitalism. Everything comes back to capitalism. If you have a question, think about how it relates back to capitalism. If you don't know what the definition of capitalism means at this point, you haven't listened to enough of my content. I'm not repeating it again. Guys. No. Everyone's being retarded. No. Why is everyone being retarded? I need everyone to stop. Stop whatever you're putting into the chat right now. I need everyone to breathe. And I need everyone to stop making this more difficult than it is. What do you think the word space is a reference to? Don't make this more difficult than it is. What is the reference to space a reference to? You're taking up space. It's your literal space in the world. You're taking up space. They're obsessed with property. That's why they're saying, we're going to make space for you. It's a reference back to property because you're literally taking up a physical space. Well done to everyone who got that right.
You could bring into being. In what follows, we lay out a conceptual framework for abolitionist university studies. This framework's especially attentive to questions of periodization, and it's informed by a historical materialist interest in modes and regimes of accumulation. We start by proposing an alternative periodization of university history, highlighting the university's function as an accumulation project. We argue for the importance of understanding what we call post-emancipation university. For us, this framing emphasizes the unfinished work of the abolitionist movement by situating U.S. universities after the Civil War within what W.E.B. Du Bois called the counter-revolution of capital and property against abolition and Reconstruction. In other
Hang on. I have a question, not to sidetrack. What is George Soros, more of an oligarch than a commissar socialist? George Soros doesn't fund these people. George Soros is a boogeyman that the right cooks up with their narratives. George Soros does not fund the people we're watching. George Soros and now his son Alex Soros funds Democrats and progressives. And it has nothing. And again, I said this earlier. You were here earlier, and I don't know why you're not listening. We're going to kill you of this habit. We're going to break this habit. CRT and DEI does not come from the Democrats. CRT and DEI comes from the radical revolutionary far left. That's who pushes these ideas. That's who teaches these ideas. That's who comes up with these ideas. That is who pushes these ideas. That's who owns the institutions where these ideas are thought up and propagated. It does not come from the Democrats. Alex Soros, George Soros' son, funds Democrats and progressives. He does not fund these people. There is no evidence of that. The only time that I've seen conservatives claim to say that they have, they didn't provide evidence for it. They said, pinky swear, trust me, bro. So Soros has nothing to do with these groups. Soros is a capitalist. They don't like Soros. They don't want to work with Soros. If they have the opportunity to get the money in a grant or something for some sort of weird center they're working at a university, they'll do it because it's like free money. But they don't play nicely.
Words, the post-emancipation marks the origins of the modern U.S. university system. As a result, on one hand, of the struggle for abolition, and also, on the other hand, of the renewed struggle against abolition that defined the political landscape, at least from 1865 to 1965.
I can barely
Here,
read
state
that
and
slide.
capital aspired to build the post-emancipation university as a mechanism of accumulation by other means. Bringing our periodization to the present, we analyze the university's dominant mechanisms of accumulation within the broader accumulation regime. Individual accumulation through education, institutional accumulation, the circulation of capital,
Circulation
the
of capital.
expropriation of labor, and the non-circulation of wages, which is really from the perspective of students who work without wages. We conclude by raising questions for constructive university abolitionism, asking how an abolitionist perspective can highlight spaces of organizing, resistance, subversion, and accumulation toward non-capitalist ends within, through, and in relation to universities. By developing a specifically abolitionist approach to the university, its histories, its present, and its futures, and in conversation with you and others, we want to build an abolition university. We invite you to join us. We call for bringing abolition to the university aligned with a left abolitionist perspective, expressed most strongly in recent years by the movement to abolish prisons and police, seeing these violent institutions as continuations of slavery by another name. Leftist abolitionisms have always
Do you guys hear that? Abolishing the prisons and abolishing the police, they want to do that because they consider abolishing the prisons and abolishing the police to be slavery. They consider the prisons and the police to be slavery by another name. Did everyone hear that? I'm gonna clip that real quick. That was actually a good clip. Let me just make sure my clipping tool. It's a really short clip, so let's make sure my clipping tool is up and ready to clip.
By the movement to abolish prisons and police.
I need to rewind a little bit more.
You and others, we want to build an abolition university, its futures. And in conversation with you and others, we want to build an abolition university. We invite you to join us. We call for bringing abolition to the university aligned with a left abolitionist perspective, expressed most strongly in recent years by the movement to abolish prisons and police, seeing these violent institutions as continuations of slavery by other name. Leftist abolitionisms have always been destructive, dismantling racial capitalism, and constructive, building alternatives from the abolition democracy of Reconstruction to today's projects seeking.
Okay, I think that's a good clip. Hang on, let me just get that quick clip. Make sure that's saved. Hang on. Come on, computer, save it. I just freed up your memory like half an hour ago, computer. Come on. There it is. Got it. All right, got my clip saved. Thank you, Kevin, for the $5. I really do appreciate it. We are on our way towards our goal for the day. Let me update our banner. 20 people send me in $5, guys. Then we get our goal met, and then I stop badgering you about money for the entire rest of the stream. Isn't that great? Isn't that great? Makes sense that authors are more likely to be communist. No, that's not what I said. I didn't say authors are more likely to be communist. We have to listen. I said that the leaders on the far left are the academics, the authors, and the activists. I did not say that authors in general are more likely to be communist. Those are two completely different things, okay? Just because leaders on the left are more focused on education, while leaders on the right are focused on bullshit, nonsense, and clickbaiting, doesn't mean that the majority of authors have a propensity to be communist. It just means that communists and socialists have worked education and specifically writing into their organizing workflow in a way that the right can't even fathom, mostly because a lot of conservatives can't even read.
To divert people's attachments from prisons and police into alternative practices of community accountability, safety, and transformative justice. Abolition offers the occasion for thinking the university in ways that the institution itself might otherwise render impossible. And in doing so, it might offer an occasion to trouble the institution as we know and inhabit it, and as it inhabits us. What follows is an attempt to shift our relationship to the anxieties about what it means to abolish a university. We're looking for a different path to the question of what an abolitionist approach to the university might say yes to. This raises the question of what it means to inhabit an abolition project.
Wait. I want to read those slides. Critical university studies isn't worth doing if it isn't abolitionist. We must attend the university's nostalgic self-valorization. Okay.
This raises the question of
where we start the story of the university matters. All right.
What it means to inhabit an abolition project that's both destructive and constructive. What we call a generative abolitionism.
Oh, look at this. Look at this.
University.
The contemporary university, remember what we said earlier about the reason the left wants to abolish the universities is because they believe the universities are too close to capitalism? The contemporary university functions through the accumulation and circulation of capital, the expropriation of labor, and the non-circulation of wages. Individualization, remember the left is against individualism. Individualization and accumulation via education, institutional accumulation, and the circulation of capital.
These are
hey, thank you, Zero Carb Zen. I really do appreciate it. Guys, let's just ignore the super chat goal isn't counting super stickers for some reason, and you guys are sending in a lot of super stickers. So let's go based on the bottom of the screen. I'm going to end this goal because I don't want people to not think their gifts aren't being acknowledged. Let's just hit our super chat goal before the end of the stream, okay? Let's just do that. The sooner we hit it, the sooner I stop badgering you. We're almost halfway there. We don't need no stinking not working super chat goal. on YouTube to do that. It's acting strange. It wasn't acknowledging super stickers. And so I'm not gonna have a goal that doesn't acknowledge contribution. There we go.
With the politics of memory, which is itself an accumulative process. Being open about our abolitionist perspective, we push back against depoliticizing histories by revealing their politics as well as the role of universities in their authorization. We approach the history and social function of colleges and universities with keen awareness of the ways such institutions and the knowledges that they enable, proffer, and archive are fundamentally conditioned by modes of studying, remembering, and imagining, limited by and indebted to white supremacist, heterosexist, ableist, settler colonial, and capitalist epistemologies. An abolitionist approach.
He said all the magic words all in one. Those are all words that mean capitalism. You can't be serious. Have you ever chatted in on my channel before? Let's just see. We've got another retard on my channel. You have never chatted in on my channel before, and you're coming here to call me a whore. Girl, what in the world has happened to your style? I don't know. I'm wearing a t-shirt. It's like you've been possessed by a harlot. I first noticed your evolution wearing heavy black eyeliner when you were on a... Bro. My eyeliner is the same. Like, the fact that Oliver, like, I'm sorry. I'm not even going to acknowledge. I was originally going to say something to the effect of, I've literally worn the same eye makeup, like, almost every day for, like, 20 fucking years. So, this theory that you have about the evolution of my look into a harlot because I'm wearing eyeliner is a little ridiculous. But mostly I just think this, Oliver. Oliver, define capitalism for us right now. Yeah, no shit. But we're going to play this game. Oliver, I want you to define for us what the left means when they say capitalism. Now go. If you don't define for us what the left means when they say capitalism, you're going to be permanently banned from the channel. The reason I'm forcing you into this scenario to demonstrate that you're a low IQ retard who has never watched my content before is because there is no universe in which people who watch my content are more interested in my eyeliner than they are in the radical revolutionary far left. So you need to get your fucking priorities straight. We want to see how much you actually know about the left. So go ahead. Okay. Oh, you're a chick. Okay, poetry painter. Go ahead and define the term capitalism for us. Oh, you've never been banned, but you never used this account before? Go ahead and define how the left defines capitalism for us, girl. Go ahead and define how the left defines capitalism for us, poetry painter. We know you watch my shit all the time anyway. We know you're obsessed with my shit. We know this is all you fucking do, and yet you learn nothing. And isn't that the most impressive thing? You complain about eyeliner and makeup. I'm still not seeing your definition of the term capitalism. How does the left define capitalism? The next thing you chat in, if you are not speaking to the left's definition of capitalism, I'm going to permanently ban you, poetry painter. We're waiting for the definition. Literally no one who watches social... Oh, you're on the right? Oh, you're on the right? Oh, wow, too bad you just got banned. Goodbye. Moving on.
Limited by and indebted to white supremacist, heterosexist, ableist, settler colonial, and capitalist epistemologies.
Oh, yeah. Listen, we need to listen to this again. This guy just said a whole bunch of words that just mean capitalism. Listen to him say a whole bunch of words that just mean capitalism. Maybe you'll learn more than the retard that we just banned from the channel.
Universities with keen awareness of the ways such institutions and the knowledges that they enable, proffer, and archive are fundamentally conditioned by modes of studying, remembering, and imagining, limited by and indebted to white supremacist, heterosexist, ableist, settler colonial, and capitalist epistemologies.
All words that mean capitalism.
An abolitionist approach unearths the counter memories of people who have been buried in the dominant histories, people who have resisted the dominant world-making projects and who have created alternatives. What makes an abolitionist approach important? One reason comes from paying attention to the dominant left approaches of thinking and relating to universities. These approaches underscore the importance of fighting the neoliberalization of universities, and they offer accounts in which higher education shows up as a central figure, first as a tragedy of state divestment, and then as a farce of mass privatization and debt accumulation. This is a diagnosis that we overwhelmingly share. Where we part ways is with this approach is in the story it tells about how we got to the neoliberal moment. In the dominant left approach, the privatization of the university is a betrayal of the promise of the democratization of the university in the post-war era. It argues
The privatization of the university is a betrayal of the democratization of the university. Listening on.
Neoliberal moment. In the dominant left approach, the privatization of the university is a betrayal of the promise of the democratization of the university.
That means the university was conceived of by these people as being some sort of socialist enterprise, because anytime the far left says democracy, they mean socialism. And when universities privatized the wealth, privatized the land, stole the land from the indigenous people, they betrayed, according to the far left, the original mission of the university.
In the post-war era. It argues for return to the levels of state investment in higher education that characterized the institution in the post-war era. And it views the university as a fundamentally redistributive institution, one through which masses can acquire upward socioeconomic mobility. Our contention with what we regard as the dominant approach is this. In order to critique the neoliberal backlash against the mid-20th century public university, it ultimately overstates the democratic potentiality, righteousness, and innocence of the university itself. As it's told and retold, the story it tells about the mid-century's expansion of the U.S. university neglects the extent to which this expansion was ultimately explainable as an extension of the mid-century expansion of U.S. imperialism, its militarized funding priorities, its nationalist agendas, and its attempts to neutralize the opposition by incorporating its own critics. The dominant left approach thus relies on a periodization and on a set of geopolitical parameters that produces the appearance of justice by cropping out the violence constitutive of the institution itself. This framework also tends to neglect the role of universities in the major economic projects of its time, designed to direct and manage the anticipation and actuality of surpluses of capital and population. The romanticization of the post-war period as a moment of democratic possibility in the university seems especially curious when it's confronted with leftist writings from the very moment that this story of the university idealizes. Many left theoreticians of the same period referred to the university as imperialist and as an odious machines. Others left explosives at the offices and homes of its administrators and set its buildings aflame. In an attempt to limn the shape of an abolitionist university studies, we've sought to take such theoretical legacies seriously. Too heavy an emphasis on and too methodologically nationalist a rendering of the public university in the mid-20th century celebrates the institution by distancing it from the genocidal domestic and foreign policy it both authorized and required.
Thanks, Nick. Thank you everyone for being here. I'm gonna take us on to the next few points. So a big part of our project is argue that where we start the history of the university matters, right? So when we start the university, our history, thinking in the mid-century, we neglect obviously a great number of the foundations that have brought us to our current moment. So we position this project in relationship to and continuity with the abolitionist movement of the 19th century, which worked not only to abolish slavery, but also, and importantly, to establish an abolition democracy.
Abolition
Which
democracy.
recent scholarship on the university also tracks the history of institutions to the 19th century, revealing the U.S. economy.
Do I have any videos or streams or posts? You can look at survivingcarriesmith.substack.com. That's probably going to be your best resource. Like the origin of the poetry painter obsession is essentially that poetry painter is someone who used to be a moderator for r/conservative, and she reached out to me in 2020 to get me to do an AMA for r/conservative when I was the Democrat that left the left after the Trump rally, and I went into the AMA and everything was fine, and then she started coming into my DMs all the time trying to tell me what I could and could not say, and eventually I blocked her because that shit was annoying. And then she made a new account, and then she started coming into my DMs on that account saying, Carlin, do you realize you blocked me on the other account? I was like, yes, I realized that I blocked you on the other account. I blocked her on that account too. And then she lost her mind, and then she started getting involved with a group of people who were stalking and harassing me every day of my life, which she has done every day for the past 4 years. So I really don't want to talk about her that much, honestly, because she's a deranged, unhinged fucking lunatic. She's probably watching right now. She literally watches all of my streams and then reports back on Twitter about what I'm doing, and she clips shit and she sends it out. She has all these fucking accounts on Twitter. You guys can see she's making new accounts in the chat, and like, you know, because no one knows who this bitch is. Literally no one knows who this bitch is. But this is what she does. She obsesses over me and all that. No, you can't get a restraining order. You can't. You can't. I can't, because I'm a public person on social media. And so there's no possible way for me to get a restraining order against her, even though I know exactly what her full name is. I know exactly where she lives. I know exactly all that. But it doesn't matter. I can't do it because I'm a public person on the internet. My Kamaj account is still not able to send super chats. Hey, I'll look into that, Kevin. I apologize. I've got a million different things on my plate, as you know. But hey, the good news here is that you're on an account that can. So I do appreciate the $5. Thank you. And thank you for the $20, Imaginarium. Appreciate you so much. Dr. KB, can you clarify if Mayor Brandon Johnson he's Chicago, right? Yeah. Oh, big time. Big time. He's Chicago, right? Just confirm. I'm pretty sure. Talks about creating spaces for Black and brown people, proudly being a history teacher and a union organizer. Like other mayors with similar views, good luck on that goal. Hey, I do appreciate it. No, if Brandon Johnson is in Chicago, like I think he is, then he's absolutely a socialist, like 100%. Doesn't he brag about being a socialist? I feel like I'm not making that up. Yeah, he's Chicago. Yeah, he's absolutely a socialist, 100%. Yeah. So he actually he's involved with the Democratic Socialists in Chicago. Chicago generally is one of the most socialist cities in the country. It's where Haymarket Books is. It's where the Socialism Conference is. So he's absolutely a member of the Democratic Socialists of America. Carrie Smith is an insane person who convinced herself that I was her abusive mother and started stalking and harassing me on the internet. That's all. I'm just a carpenter, but I want to learn. Well, you're in the right place for that. I don't understand why money fund managers push DEIs on all companies. It's not really about money fund managers. It's about HR groups, mostly. Yeah, DEI is like a low-level introductory method to Marxism. Janet, thank you for the super chat. Does what they're saying have to do with... Does that have anything to do with the Frankfurt School and Columbia University after the war? I don't know the answer to that question, Janet. I don't know, but maybe we'll find out. We got a long way to go. Thank you for the super chat.
Academy's roots in and role as a mechanism of white supremacist settler colonial capitalism, and insisting that contemporary work on the present circumstances and future possibilities of the university must grapple with these foundations. To varying degrees and various ends, such work documents the vast extent to which colleges and universities are materially dependent upon the dispossession and exploitation of Black and Native peoples, labor, and land, while concomitantly authorizing the very knowledge formations through which such actions were rationalized. We see an abolitionist approach as intertwining ethical reflection with political organizing. When we understand how the position from which one produces such ethical knowledge, one's position, in many of our cases, in higher education institutions, is co-constitutive with the violent undersides of higher education, institutions of the school-prison nexus, policing, incarceration, and land dispossession.
Hang on. If I'm not mistaken, the radical revolutionary communists and the queer Marxists are a new group. No, they're not. No, they're not. No, they aren't. Queer Marxism really started coming about in like the 80s. The 80s is really like, I mean, so the reason I say the 80s is I've been researching this a lot, and like, so queer anarchist literature started accelerating in the 80s. It really picked up in the 90s. That's not to say it wasn't around before then. The first piece of like queer anarchist literature I found was in 1964, and so really that's like when it started in earnest. Like during the sexual revolution, which kind of makes sense. But like when it really started picking up was the 80s. So that it's not like they have not been around as long as the Frankfurt School. Queer Marxism is a mutated strain off of like traditional Marxism, and traditional socialism and communism. So not all socialists and communists are queer Marxists, but all queer Marxists are socialists and communists. Radical revolutionary socialists have been around forever. So that's not new. But queer Marxism is a little bit more new. It's just not. It didn't come about yesterday.
Then we put on the table the possibility and actually the necessity of organizing to abolish all of these institutions, including one's position within them. And this is where a lot of anxiety comes up when we think about the university from our positions, right? This attention to institutional co-constitution brings us to center accumulation.
I need to listen to this again. Guys, I'm going to respectfully ask that unless you're sending in a super chat, please do not ask questions that are not directly related to what we're watching. The reason for that is we're only half an hour into this. We've already been streaming for an hour and a half. It's because I'm answering a lot of questions. I don't mind answering questions, but please if you want to send me money, I'll answer whatever question you want. But like, if you're not sending in money, can we please refrain from asking questions that are not directly related to the content? Because I feel like there's stuff we're missing in the content because I'm answering questions, okay? So I just want to hear what she said again. How do these people refrain from laughing at because they fucking believe it, bro? How can you possibly refrain from dunking on the fucking libs? How is it possible that conservatives come to my channel and they claim they're interested in learning what the far left thinks and they can't control their urge to dunk on the libs, which I already asked you to control earlier? So you want to know how they refrain from laughing? Because they have more self-control than you do. That's how. Again.
Reflection with political organizing. When we understand how the position from which one produces such ethical knowledge, one's position, in many of our cases, in higher education institutions, is co-constitutive with the violent undersides of higher education, institutions of the school-prison nexus, policing, incarceration, and land dispossession, then we put on the table the possibility and actually the necessity of organizing to abolish all of these institutions, including one's position within them. And this is where a lot of anxiety comes up when we think about the university from our positions, right? This attention to institutional co-constitution brings us to center accumulation in our abolitionist approach to university studies, and I hope you'll pardon us in wanting to do a little bit of kind of basic thinking about what that concept means in the work. In Marxist tradition, and I think, next slide, please. Accumulation offers a key concept in linking processes whereby capital is produced and valorized. To pay attention to accumulation offers an approach for confronting capitalism and its apologists with its own historical conditions of possibility.
Accumulation offers a concept in linking with processors where capital is produced and valorized within the historical development of capitalism. So she's saying that the reason that they want to abolish the universities is that the universities have put capitalism at the forefront of what they're doing.
Please. Accumulation offers a key concept in linking processes whereby capital is produced and valorized. To pay attention to accumulation offers an approach for confronting capitalism and its apologists with its own historical conditions of possibility. Rich traditions of anti-colonial critique and histories of slavery have insisted that the violence and expropriation that made capital possible are in fact its own internal logics. Accumulation is therefore the manifest condition of war, patriarchy, colonial violence, displacement, enslavement, enclosure, and education, and the university. We think that this perspective on the university as a site and an outcome of institutional accumulation can generate a means of discerning productive and surprising continuities between universities and other institutions that do not necessarily share the same social standing or prestige as universities in spite of sharing similar social functions. Consider specifically some of the important functions shared from the perspective of institutional accumulation between universities and prisons, which partly animate our framing. We go to the, oh, nope, I think here's good. Yes. We're inspired by Ruth Wilson Gilmore's account in Golden Gulag of the 4 surpluses that converged in the process of California's massive project of prison expansion in the 1980s. Surpluses of finance capital, land, labor, and state capacity. Comparisons between universities and prisons are always risky, right? It's a dangerous thing to do for a number of reasons. But in some instances, and I think the ones we're going to try to talk about here, they can also be quite illuminating. As Maddie Armstrong Price has shown, prisons inherited from the university a strategy of employing state technologies of debt finance construction. Looking at these two as parallel instances of institutional accumulation enables us to grasp how each participates in the stratification of wageless life. From the perspective of capital in the abstract, prisons and universities both offer highly scalable state-guaranteed investment opportunities for low-interest, low-risk bonds that stabilize other riskier investment opportunities. Both universities and prisons are capable of effectively disappearing surplus populations from the labor force and thereby banishing capitalism's structural generation of unemployment. Both universities and prisons demonstrate how surplus lands are made, whether by dominant eminent domain or the termination of agricultural production that leads to their repurposing as large-scale social investments. And just to get to some of what Sophie will help us think with. This perspective also allows us to forego some of the ideological sheen that the university arrogates to itself as a function of its own historical privilege. By taking up this more capacious understanding, we take up a more capacious understanding of accumulation as well, in hopes that abolitionist university studies can envision and attend to other accumulative practices, ones that exist and operate alongside, within, and against the accumulative function of capitalism in the service of imagining and making alternative ways of being and worlds, right? Making worlds. This form of accumulation might include the accumulation of debt, financial and otherwise, of suspect and subjugated knowledges, of untoward relationships. How might such a counterintuitive approach to the question of accumulation help us scavenge the parts of the university we want to hold on to and make use of? What modes of retaining knowledge of and relationships to past struggles and solidarities can or must an abolitionist approach enable? One kind of frame that we also take up in making in this thinking is that of the post-emancipation university. To think about it as one other kind of mechanism of accumulation by other means. So our approach to studying the university also calls for a deeper historicization of how and when we think the university. What we call the post-emancipation university was developed in step with the land policy advocated by the free soil movements of the 1840s and 1850s.
What does that mean?
Which insisted that the territorial settlement of the West should be preserved for white workers. Acknowledging this allows us to nuance an important point. Anti-slavery ideology, including some that took up the label of abolitionist, resided quite comfortably with anti-black settlement sentiment. Prior to the Civil War, this anti-black form of anti-slavery ideology extended settler colonialist logics of elimination of indigenous peoples. During the Civil War, the legislative push for the 1862 Morrill Land Grant Act stemmed directly from the opportunities presented by the rebellion of Southern states against the Union, and from anxieties about potential economic consequences of abolishing slavery. The act offered each state not in rebellion tens of thousands of acres of federally claimed lands. Contrary to the dominant narrative, congressional...
I know what this is about now. Does anyone know what a land grant university is? I should have guessed. Does anyone know what a land grant university is? This is going to go back to why they're talking about settler colonialism so much. Okay. So basically what happened, and I might get a couple details wrong just because I haven't taught this in a while, but the basic mise en scène of what I'm talking about is going to be correct. Basically what happened is, after the Civil War, the federal government handed out chunks of land to I guess organizations that were going to build universities on those lands. These are called land grant universities. So basically the federal government gave away all of this land premised on the idea that built on that land was going to be a university that was going to serve the public good in some way. So for example, the University of Vermont is a land grant university. The Ohio State is a land grant university. Let's say, I mean, there are other universities too. Let me just do this real quick. I'm going to chat GPT this shit. Hang on. I believe the University of Pennsylvania is a land grant university. I could be wrong about that. Give me a list of land grant universities. And so the premise of this is going to be that the government stole the land from the indigenous people to give it to universities. Okay, Auburn University, Alabama A&M, University of Alaska, the University of Arizona, University of Arkansas, University of California, Berkeley, University of California, Davis, Colorado State University, University of Connecticut, University of Delaware, Delaware State, University of Florida, Florida A&M, tons and tons and tons. Most public universities are land grant universities. University of New Hampshire, I didn't even know that. So this all happened round about the Civil War when the land was stolen and given to the university, and now they're saying this is a problem because the universities are on stolen land, and that's a form of capitalism to them. Does that everyone understand? That's what they're talking about. And by the way, I only know that because I worked in higher education for 10 years. That's why I know what a land... I worked with land-grant universities. That's why I know what it means.
Support for the Moral Act was driven much more by their commitment to the but by much more than their commitment to the democratizing power of public education. By 1862, allocating massive tracts of land was already a strategy for securing the infrastructural base for building massive railroad projects. At the same time, state colleges and universities were imagined as holding the possibility of providing the knowledge necessary to guide and legitimize the means of accumulation, extraction, and hierarchization capital required as they expanded and transformed in reaction to shifting social, political, and environmental and economic conditions, right, post-war, post kind of the abolition of slavery, or the formal abolition of slavery.
What do you mean, how's that capitalism? What do you mean? How is what capitalism? You need to formulate your questions in a way that I can understand them. How is what capitalism? How is taking land from indigenous people and giving it to universities capitalism? Because capitalism is defined as private property ownership. Land is one of the things that is defined under private property ownership. The land was taken from the collective and given to the university where it was privatized. That means capitalism. That's what colonialism is.
Included sciences of agriculture, mining, soil science, population, statistics, race, sex, eugenics, childhood, among others. We need to think then of the land grant as a technology of imperial consolidation, as a means of coordinating and crafting public-private investment and securing national infrastructure by way of the displacement and elimination of native peoples. In other words, these institutions simultaneously enable the reconfiguration of a racial capitalist mode of production from slavery to the post-emancipation era.
So the contemporary university functions through the accumulation and can you all hear me through the mask? Okay.
No.
I'm gonna try to keep it on.
Oh my God.
The contemporary university functions through the accumulation and circulation of capital, expropriation of labor, and the non-circulation of wages. So what follows is a preliminary discussion of 4 of the primary mechanisms of accumulation that condition the contemporary nonprofit 4-year U.S. university. Individualization and accumulation via education, institutional accumulation, the circulation of capital.
Bro, stop fucking talking like a stupid conservative. This is something that a dumb conservative says. If you're a dumb conservative, you might as well just leave now because you're not going to survive here. Honestly. If you want to learn about this stuff, you have to stop talking like a dumb conservative. Because every single time that dumb conservatives say stuff like this on my channel, what you are doing is deflecting from learning the information. So I just took my time out to answer your question. Other people in the chat took their time to answer your question. You asked a question, we gave you with a very specific answer, and it wasn't just me, it was multiple people. And when you are saying, well, that all sounds like tyranny, you are shitting on all of us. You are shitting on me, you are shitting on every single person in the chat who took the time to answer your question when none of us had to. So if you aren't here to learn, but do you understand? Do you understand? It's not hard to not deflect. It's not hard to resist the urge to own the libs. That's not what we're doing here. We want you to learn. We will answer your questions. But when you then turn around and shit on us and our time and our energy, that doesn't make us want to work with you to help you learn.
Expropriation of labor and the non-circulation of wages, and we'll go through them in order. Individualization and accumulation by education. So the post-emancipation university takes on new functions of accumulation for capitalism in response to its need for an economy based on wage labor. Emancipation from slavery set limits on what was seen as a potential horizon of freedom. The institutions of education created in the wake of formal emancipation have limited horizon of political imagination. education institutions have been a means of shaping accumulative subjects who desire to accumulate property, credits, and ascending levels of a professional career. And the post-emancipation expansion of higher education institutions, intertwined with ideologies of the middle class and professionalism, shaped subjects who saw themselves as investing in their future careers by accumulating those grades and those credits. With a limited conception of freedom as investment-driven, self-determined individualism and social mobility, while acting as democratic citizens by serving public good through professional expertise. Post-emancipation, racial capitalism loses the distinction of free and slave as a mechanism of differentiating which persons could be reduced to capital or not. The new regime of accumulation based on wage labor contracts needed a mechanism for enabling arbitrage of humans as capital. These new co-constituted educational institutions, with their rituals and ceremonies of grades and exams, graduations and diplomas, along with the proliferation of new sexual, racial, and eugenic scientific discourses, right? This is the origin point of the whole apparatus of scientific racism.
He just said that, I don't know if what I did just amplified my voice too. Hang on, I'll go back to the default. He just said that the universities perpetuate eugenics. Did you guys hear that? Again. I'm trying to raise the volume in the browser to make it be a little bit louder.
With their rituals and ceremonies of grades and exams, graduations and diplomas, along with the proliferation of new sexual, racial, and eugenic scientific discourses, right? This is the origin point of the whole apparatus of scientific racism.
Scientific racism.
For creating new distinctions in the
I didn't know that one before.
A hierarchical, segregated education system, along with racist patriarchal discourses, provided new mechanisms for explaining and naturalizing some humans' labor as intrinsically less valuable and therefore always deserving of lower wages. For-profit and non-for-profit higher ed institutions both create the preconditions for capitalist relations through the construction of the subjectivities of students as self-determined individuals who desire to accumulate credits. As Tressie McMillan Cottom writes, for-profit colleges sell dreams of mobility, stability, and status. Non-for-profit institutions do the same. Colleges and universities play a vital role in the cultivation of proprietary human capital.
That's got louder.
Producing and shaping individuals who accumulate credits in the form of grades, passing grade levels, diplomas, and social networks that can be commodified for selling oneself on the labor market. This is equally true for academics, right, who work to make a life through their accumulation of capital in various forms: social capital, financial capital, publications as kind of academic capital. I guess that's our Purduean turn. But the benefit of this process of accumulation are not guaranteed. The only surety is the accumulation of often unpayable debt. As Melinda Cooper's work cogently illustrates, this process has by design had the dual effect of individuation and the consolidation of family wealth and intergenerational dependence. So institutional accumulation.
No, they're not trying to change the university. They are trying to abolish the university. The presentation is called Abolish the University. You can see it up there in the title. Abolish the University. They are not trying to change it. They are trying to abolish it because they believe that the university is too closely connected to capitalism, that it feeds capitalism through the production of workers, that it exploits capitalism, it exploits racial capitalism, it exploits black and brown people, it exists on stolen land. So no, they're not trying to change it, they're trying to abolish it.
Without land, no infrastructure is possible, and the kind of acquisition of land, universities as a important kind of vehicle through which land is claimed or reclaimed or expropriated has played a significant role, from even before the post-emancipation university's inauguration, and certainly into the present. Colleges and universities have solicited and manufactured vast amounts of wealth in the form of endowments and land acquisition. The confluence of the Morrill Land Grant Act, which Abby was just talking about, and the Homestead Act set the terms by which universities were foundational tools for the dispossession of Native American people's land. Many universities have continued these processes of dispossession by accumulating land to expand their campuses in urban areas, contributing to gentrification and studentification. This is made possible in part by the fact that nonprofit institutions such as universities and many hospitals are exempt from property taxes. NYU and Columbia are consistently ranked as the top landowners in Manhattan, along with Catholic Church. A guaranteed and oft-repeated laugh line on the academic conference circuit refers to NYU as a real estate company that teaches classes, but it's really worth remembering, right, that the NYU's real estate adventures, its colonization of Brooklyn, among others, are financed in part by the labor and debt of its 51,000 students. Circulation of capital. While many nonprofit colleges and universities amass immense fortunes in the form of endowments and land, all such institutions also serve to facilitate the accumulation of capital through circulation. Because they're formally organized as nonprofits and funded by a combination of tuition dollars and philanthropic state and federal money, the vast majority of colleges and universities compete for revenue, but they don't necessarily produce profit in the conventional sense. Instead, revenue gets recirculated through wages for administrators, for faculty, staff, for students who work for a wage, and for other campus workers, usually in some kind of descending order, as well as provision of housing, food, healthcare, and infrastructural needs. Those needs can be the construction of dorms, gyms, and labs, but also the ongoing management of fire and police departments, sometimes on the scale of a town or small city. To provide such services, universities frequently contract with the same corporations engaged by other large-scale institutions, including prisons and hospitals like Aramark, Sodexo, Cintas, Compass. These corporations then extract massive profits through exploitative labor and land practices. Through such outsourcing, universities are...
So what he's saying is... And he's not actually wrong about this. So universities partner with organizations. So for example, Sodexo. And I know about Sodexo because, again, I used to work in universities. I also know someone who worked for Sodexo. Sodexo is basically the organization that provides all of like the dining hall services at universities. So what happens is the university works with these private companies to provide services for the university. The university pays them a boat ton of money in order to do that. So Aramark's another one that they provide the food. That makes sense. So the universities spend a boat ton of money with these privatized organizations. So what they're saying is that the universities take the tuition money, so that's revenue that comes in, and it feeds the private organizations that are providing them services. So it's essentially feeding the capitalist system.
Able to reduce costs while shielding themselves against protests from labor and student movements. Because of the way university economies are entangled with these broader industries, it's necessary to differentiate between a direct profit motive on behalf of college or university per se, and something more insidious, more networked through individual possessive investments in a financial and social arrangement that clearly fails to make good on education's promises of distributing access and prestige, let alone something like knowledge. While endowments matter a great deal, following the for-profit motive in higher education leads to a multi-headed beast: the student loan industry, the college sports complex, the pharmaceutical industry, corporate service providers to whom campuses redistribute their need for janitorial, food, security, and other services. The university thus serves as a space through which a vast amount of capital moves in order to consolidate as...
So I want to make a point here that a lot of people in the chat are saying they agree with them. I actually don't disagree with them either. But the point is, like, it's one of those things where I hate higher education. I worked in higher education for 10 years. Even when I did my advanced degrees, I was kind of rebelling against the entire system of higher education because I hated it so much. So I was doing exactly the thing they would tell you not to do, and like doing my degrees online, doing them in a way that worked for me, and all this stuff. I was literally rebelling against the formal system of higher education that I've been working in for 10 years, okay? It would not bother me to see a lot of these universities abolished. At all. That's never going to happen. Anyone who tells you it does is lying because the universities have way too much money. But it wouldn't bother me to see these universities abolished. I don't think it would bother many people in the chat to also see these universities abolished. It obviously wouldn't bother the socialists that we're listening to to see the universities abolished. But what I need you to understand is the issue that we have with the universities is not the same issue they have with the universities. And so even though we might all agree in some tacit way that maybe the world would be better off if the universities were abolished, you have to remember that we're not getting to that conclusion based on an aligned series of thought. Because what these people would do if the universities were abolished would be we would abolish the universities and then be like, okay, that's good. We're done. And then we would just like let society function, and we would give people jobs and trainings. We would figure out ways to get people jobs and trainings that had nothing to do with the universities, or develop some like different systems to do that. If these people abolish the university, they are then going to rebuild the university in their image, and it's going to be way worse than it was before, and it would not be the same thing that we would do. And so that's why you have to remember, these people are not your friends. It's the same thing with the Palestinian issue. I know that I don't like what Israel's doing in Palestine. I think Israel's perpetrating a genocide on Palestine. I want that shit to stop. I don't want the U.S. funding it. I don't want the U.S. involved. I know many of us that have that perspective, and it's fine if you don't, but I know many of us that have that perspective are a little bit uncomfortable with the fact that we actually agree more with the far left on this issue than we do with the right, because the right are all rabid Zionists. But just because we don't like Israel, and just because we occasionally agree with points that the left makes about Israel, does not mean we're doing it for the same reasons, and does not mean we are on the same team. I don't like Israel because I don't want any foreign aid ever. I don't want us involved in any of that shit. I want them to fight their own battles and solve their own fucking problems. The left doesn't like what Israel is doing because they believe that Israel are the settler colonists that privatized the land under the oppressive force of capitalism and stole the land from the Palestinians, and the Palestinians are in a glorious uprising against their capitalist oppressors. We might come to the same conclusion, we do it for completely different reasons. They are not our friends, no matter what. No matter how many times we agree with them on things. They are not our friends.
Profit elsewhere. This is made all the more possible by the supposed benevolence of colleges and universities, which serves to rationalize the exploitation of labor in the name of their educational mission. Right? Part of what they produce is this kind of spectral benevolence that then allows all of this exploitation to intensify. Non-circulation of wages. Even as the university circulates wages, conscripting its employees into its operations, as in other sections of capitalist production, profit is primarily amassed not through such circulation, but instead through the reduction of wages. Consider this: the university's relation to capital must be understood from the perspective of the non-circulation of wages, that is, from the perspective of the category of the student whose wageless labor, in the US at least, is endlessly recast in rose-tinted hues as self-development, societal improvement, the fulfillment of the promise of citizenship, the propertied acquisition of privilege. The massive flight toward higher education over the past century attests to the university's increased share in the disciplining and organization of unwaged labor, as well as its increased capacity to absorb and manage population surpluses. Universities, to put it differently, accumulate not only capital, but also labor and people.
I'm going to stand up here. Maybe I'll stand. Yeah. Hi, everybody. Eli. It's great to be back here. I was here when the space was just being.
Oh, look at this. Yeah, my dog is having feelings. I think my husband is shoveling snow outside or doing something because it snowed earlier. I think that's what's going on. Let's see. The BDS movement, you guys should know the BDS movement because this is what all the campus protests are about. This is boycott, sanction, divest from Israel. The BDS movement has been around a long time. An abolitionist perspective highlights spaces of organizing, resistance, subversion, and the accumulation towards non-capitalist ends in, through, and in relation to universities. Yes, they want the universities to be a socialist enterprise, but instead they believe that the universities uphold capitalist values, and so they need to abolish the universities and rebuild them in their image. We've also got critical resistance here, which is, of course, a nod to critical theory. This says no private police, no ICE contracts, justice for... So also remember, this talk took place in April of 2023, so this talk took place before October 7th. This talk took place a year before the campus protests. So what you're looking at right now might seem like it's similar to the campus protests, but it's not. It took place a year earlier.
Created. It's beautiful to see how far it's come 4 years. Yeah, so I'm going to finish our presentation about abolitionist university studies and then turn it over to Sophie.
Sophie.
Yeah, so current organizing in the university in an abolitionist vein has paired resistance with an abolitionist world making that actively confronts the post-emancipation university in and beyond campus boundaries. This organizing takes many forms. Let me put some images up here of some of these examples of different kinds of abolitionists.
Bobby, I feel like you've asked this question before. Maybe you haven't. Carlin, do you feel like elites and PhD Marxists actually believe in this as opposed to rank and file? Yes, I do. Because the elites live like capitalists? No, they don't. You just think they live like capitalists because you listen to bullshit conservative influencers who lie to you. First of all, most PhDs are not rich. Hi, I'm Carlin. I have a PhD. I know many people with PhDs. Most PhDs are not rich. You don't get a PhD to become rich. I'll tell you that right now. Most university professors are not rich. Many of the people, in fact, I would bet you all of the people that we're seeing here, none of them own homes. They're all renters. So you're assuming that they live like capitalists when they don't. And the reason you're assuming that is because you listen to people who lie to you, which you should stop doing.
Organizing in universities. So we point to the prison abolitionist organization Critical Resistance, whose work has incorporated but also exceeded university-based organizing, appropriating university resources for use in broader struggles against the carceral state. For imagining broader possibilities of university-focused abolitionist organizing, we're thinking also about struggles to kick cops off campus and other campus-based movements around issues of the investment for fossil fuels in prisons, the BDS.
So they're talking about kicking cops off campus. Do you guys remember back to the Columbia protests, how the big thing that set off the protest? Okay, let me just do a pop quiz. Let me see how many people actually remember this. What was the big incident at Columbia this past spring that really basically threw lighter fluid on the fire that was the protest at Columbia University? Students were protesting at Columbia. They had set up these encampments, but honestly, it wasn't that big a deal. And then the university did something that really pissed off the students. And then the size of the protest quadrupled overnight because the universities did something that really pissed off the students. Does anyone remember what that was? We've explained this to you over and over again. This is why we keep telling you to listen. You're not listening when it's explained to you. What was the thing that Columbia University did to piss off the students? They called the cops. They didn't call the campus security. They called the NYPD to come onto campus. And this was the first time since 1968 that the NYPD was called to campus and allowed to come on the Columbia University campus. That was the thing that really pissed them off. Exactly. So you guys all remember. Exactly. So what did he just say? They're talking about how they're working against private police. That's the same. This is the same thing. You believe the universities are built on socialism because you listen to conservative influencers who lie to you. The fact that we're telling you universities are built on stolen land, universities are working within the capitalist enterprise, universities are working to train the next generation of oppressed workers under capitalism, universities have massive real estate holdings. All of that is indicative of the fact that they are that they are products of capitalism, not products of socialism. If you are on privatized stolen land, that is a product of capitalism. Your problem is you do not understand the definition of capitalism that the left has. That's what you need to work on. I'm going to give you the definition of capitalism that the left has one more time. The left's definition of capitalism is private property ownership. Private property means your ability to own a home, your ability to own land, your ability to own an apartment rental that you rent out as a landlord, your ability to own intellectual property, your ability to own a business, whether that private business is big or small. Your parental rights are considered to be a form of private property under capitalism. Your individual liberties are considered to be a form of private property under capitalism. If you are on indigenous land that was taken and given to you as part of the land grant program that started after the Civil War, you are on stolen land that you privatized. Land is considered to be private property under capitalism. Therefore, the universities are a product of capitalism. Thank you, Offensive Saint. I appreciate you as always.
Possibilities of university-focused abolitionist organizing. We're thinking also about struggles to kick cops off campus and other campus-based movements around issues of the divestment for fossil fuels and prisons, the BDS movement called for by Palestinian civil society, anti-carceral feminist organizing against sexual violence, efforts to divest from ICE and Homeland Security, labor organizing, and move to the next slide here. And also struggles against police-vetted, university-driven gentrification around campuses, such as seen here in Philly with the struggle to save UC townhomes, which Sterling is going to talk about a bit more. And that organizing, as many of you know, has been interrelated with police-free pen and fossil-free pens organizing, as well as other struggles. So you switch to the next slide, thanks. So we ask, what gets lost if you don't see the university from the perspective of abolitionism? And
they consider the government to be the capitalist U.S. government. So they consider the government to be capitalist. So if they're getting grants from the government, what does that make them?
First, what is to be gained from this perspective? How can it help us to think strategically about the ways that university-cited movements imagine their political constituencies and the kinds of solidarities that they can build? The Abolition University recognizes that abstract oppositionality and critique left to their own devices may in fact unwittingly reproduce the capitalist university by offering practitioners the sense of moral supremacy and social exteriority necessary to imagine knowledge production as a form of change in and of itself. Instead, we decenter critique by situating it as one practice within a wider ecology of organizing practices. And we imagine the Abolition University as a relation, a network, and an ethos with various potentials for transforming what and whom the university can be for. Since our initial gathering in 2019, pictured here, we've continued to explore an abolitionist approach to universities through at least 4 different collective projects. Next slide, please. So one of these on the left is a crowdsourced nationwide research project on the interrelations of universities and policing called the Cops Off Campus Research Project. Second is a co-writing project among about 15 or so of our comrades, including Coco and Andy. Coco's holding up this pamphlet that is the current outcome of that project, and we're still working on. This is a first draft.
Sierra, they literally say this every year. They have said this every single year since I started working in higher education. I started working in higher education in 2003. Literally, Sierra's trying to tell us that there's going to be record university closures this year. They literally say that every single year. And every single year there are closures here and there. But there are closures of universities that you have literally never heard of before. So, I don't care. It also doesn't matter because it's not relevant to what we're talking about.
We'd love it if you would pick up a copy of it and check it out. Spread.
Elise, or Elsa, not Elise, Elsa, thank you for the $20 super chat. Guys, we are $3 away from our super chat goal. If someone wants to put me over the super chat goal for the day, I would really appreciate it. Thank you for the $20. No, they're not. What I'm telling you is they're not going to close. They say this every year. They don't ever do it. Because they don't control it. They're the professors. They're not the administration. The administration controls the universities. The socialists are the professors. The power that socialists have over universities is teaching young minds. It is not controlling the university, which is done by administrators. The administrators are their enemy. Hey, thanks, Russell! Russell in for the win! We're putting us over the goal for today. I appreciate you guys. Thank you for funding the work I do. And we got a $5 in from Jane. Jane, I'm going to display that on the screen in a second. Thank you for that. Thank you, thank you. You guys make it possible for me to spend so much time teaching you, even if I'm persnickety when I do it. I appreciate you guys.
Spread it around. Let us know what you think. We're hoping that this pamphlet will help spread these ideas with a wider audience. And in this co-writing process, we open up a lot of interesting debates among our different perspectives on this approach, especially around tensions about how to struggle within and against and beyond the existing institutions of higher education. A third thing that we're doing, the four of us, Nick, Abby, Zach, and I, are trying to expand our invitation into a short book that will hopefully be geared towards a wide audience also. And finally, we are building.
Yes, the administrators let the professors teach whatever they want. That doesn't mean the professors control the decisions that the administration makes.
Our abolitionist infrastructures, hopefully, through building relationships across different sites and kinds of abolitionist struggles, hopefully include.
Guys, the main job of a college president is fundraising. The main job of university vice presidents is running the admissions and financial aid office, is running student services, is running the facilities, is like a lot of them do branding, marketing, a lot of them do fundraising. The administrators that run and make the decisions about how the university functions, they don't have time to be looking over the shoulders of professors to understand what the professors are teaching in their classes. They have their own jobs. There is usually one chief academic officer. They're either called the chief academic officer or the provost. That person's job oversees the academic affairs of the university, but they're not looking in on what every single college professor is teaching in every single one of their classes. They're overseeing the academic departments. They're making decisions about what academic programs need to exist and not. So, what do you want them to do? Do you want every single university administrator to babysit every single professor? That's not reasonable. There are thousands of classes that are taught on every single college campus. You're talking about one person in an administrative role can't possibly monitor every single class. That's why they hire professors. The professors are supposed to be the experts in their area. I have a PhD in psychology focusing on industrial organizational psychology. My dissertation was about workplace bullying in young professionals. It was specifically how young professionals cope with being the target of workplace bullying. It's really not that exciting. I studied workplace bullying for a long time. It was a soul-sucking experience.
Including here in our event today. Next slide, please. So, for example, thinking about abolitionism in relation to universities and the family, along with Sophie, we face challenges from how these two institutions seem to be so naturalized and romanticized. Abolitionist approaches to them often tend to slide into reformism. So one way we're thinking about these challenges is with this idea of abolitionist disepistemology. This is a term that we're borrowing from Liat Ben Moshe.
Bro. You are not listening, and we have a 2-hour stream here. We're trying to listen to the stream. I'm going to answer one more question for you, and then you're fucking cut off. Because I don't think you're listening to the answers that I'm giving you. The administrators are making the decisions that link the university to capitalism. The administrators are the ones running the capitalist enterprise. The professors don't want to be the administrators in the capitalist university because that takes all their power away. Just because they're allowed to do whatever they want to do doesn't mean the administration are their friends. I don't know how else to say this at this point. The administrators are the capitalists. The professors are the socialists. The reason the professors have all the power they do is because they're the ones teaching the students. That is where their power lies. It does not lie in the administration and the operations of the university, which means the professors are taking the hit of working within the capitalist enterprise. Now what I need you to do is I need you to shut up, I need you to listen, and I need you to think about everything that I've already told you. And if you still can't get the answer, then you're going to send me in a super chat to ask any more questions, because I've already paused the stream enough to answer these questions, which I'm more than happy to do until it feels like you're not listening to what I'm telling you. Because the minute you start disrespecting my energy is the minute I start to get pissed off.
Moshi's book, Decarcerating Disability. So in addition to certain ways of knowing or abolitionist epistemologies, we also need ways of unknowing or letting go of attachments to certain ways of knowing, including, I'm quoting Leah Ben-Moshe here, so letting go of those forms of knowledge that rely on certainty, prescriptive and professional expertise, and specific demands for futurity, end quote. We ask, how are the normative ways of knowing associated with the family and the university and education more broadly, how are these ways of knowing bound up with each other? And conversely, how can we undo our attachments to those ways of knowing? Another concept we've been using lately to think along these lines is the concept of infrastructure. So we're thinking of the university and broader education system as infrastructural for racial capitalism. Racial colonial capitalism. Infrastructural analysis.
The infrastructure of the university is the infrastructure for racial and colonial capitalism, which all just means capitalism. It's just different aspects of capitalism.
This is a kind of disepistemology in the sense of how it allows us to make a kind of infrastructural inversion, which is when what we normally treat as a kind of taken for granted background for our everyday lives, we bring that background to the foreground and treat it as controversial. So we analyze the infrastructural functions of higher education institutions for capitalism in terms of the functions of accumulation and circulation of land, capital, people, labor, and knowledge. Some of the things that Zach was talking about earlier, the accumulation functions of universities. So we're inspired by abolitionists Robin Maynard and Leanne Simpson, who talk about abolition in their book, Rehearsals for Living, as a kind of dual-sided movement in the sense of it being simultaneously world-ending and world-making. So an infrastructural approach complements this dual-sided view in the sense that we can struggle within and against infrastructures of the racial capitalist world while building abolitionist infrastructures for alternative worlds. Drawing from abolitionist geographer Kai Bosworth, a useful question that we can ask is, what is the ratio between, on the one hand, the technical alienation that we experience as kind of cogs in the machine of dominant infrastructures of the world, capitalist infrastructures. So on the one hand, technical alienation. On the other hand, are affective and political organizing of infrastructures that can expand our collective capacities for making alternative worlds. How does the education infrastructures individualizing affects of shame, honor, anxiety, like what we feel for being graded, taking exams, how does kind of affects separate us from our collective capacities and limit our ability to understand the causes of our reduced capacities? Conversely, how can alternative modes of studying in abolitionist infrastructures build our capacities for collective analysis and action? Connecting these kinds of questions with Sophie's book, Abolish the Family, great book, how are the infrastructural functions of the family and the university bound up with each other? Sophie discusses how the family involves the privatization of care, chauvinism, and the patriarchal domination of adults over children. How are these functions interrelated with parents' obsessions with pushing their kids, our kids, I have a kid, pushing our kids into better schooling as a kind of pathway up the education levels to the university for some ideal of upward social mobility? How are these infrastructures of family and education always riddled with tensions from young people's agency, curiosity, and imagination that are always partially captured, absorbed, and disciplined in those infrastructures, shaping them as accumulative and possessive subjects, but also always exceed their imposed normative life trajectories? How can we amplify young people's and all people's excessive desires and imaginations for making worlds beyond capitalism? How can abolitionist, decolonial, feminist, queer infrastructures for studying, playing, intergenerational caring, and organizing?
He's talking about how do we utilize education to make worlds for our kids that are beyond capitalism. Listen again.
So exceed their imposed normative life trajectories. How can we amplify young people's and all people's excessive desires and imaginations for making worlds beyond capitalism? How can abolitionists, decolonial, feminists, queer infrastructures for studying, playing, intergenerational caring, and organizing together amplify and facilitate young people's agency and curiosity while subverting the disciplinary, familial, and educational infrastructures? How can such abolitionist infrastructures involve modes of relationality as friends, as accomplices, that are alternative to the family, dropping the family privatization of care and its adult supremacism and its settler futurity, while retaining what we find good in some families, or at least that some of us find good in some families, like relations of care and interdependence and a sense of belonging? What could studying look like in such abolition?
Rabbi Barclay retweeted my clip of James talking about Mein Kampf. Oh, that's fun. That's fun. James got all pissed off because I flat out said I was taking a clip of him talking about Mein Kampf out of context to make him look like he was agreeing with it. And I fucking admit it. It was fun. It was funny. It was funny. And Rabbi Barclay just retweeted it. How many followers does Rabbi Barclay have these days? Let's see. Hang on. This is important. Oh, he's only got 5,000 followers. Oh, this isn't that big of a deal. Rabbi Barclay says, they just keep spewing lies. James Lindsay is a terrific man and not anti-Semitic in any way. Unlike the woke right! They edited our dialogue. No, I didn't edit your dialogue, Rabbi Barclay. No, I didn't. I absolutely did not edit your dialogue. I clipped it with 0 edits. I just didn't include the whole thing. Oh, God. Fuck you, James. Fuck you. Anyway, sorry.
Abolitionist, non-familial infrastructures. Final slide here. So, next slide, sorry. So we called our essay an invitation because we were inviting everyone who has any kind of relation with universities to join us in asking questions about and experimenting with what an abolitionist approach to the university could become. So we're excited to learn from your experiences and your questions and to be in conversation with you all today. We will talk with you in discussion groups soon, but first we'll hear from Sophie and Sterling.
Hi, everyone. I've
Hi,
set a timer
Sophie.
for 10
Hi.
minutes so that I can go
Hi.
over. And I'm really excited to hear from Sterling. So when I first got asked to participate in this panel, I had a bit of a panicked reaction because I am more of a writer than an organizer. And funny as it might sound, I hadn't really made a hell of a lot of connections explicitly in my head between abolition, university, thought, and the incredible essay that I read in 2019, which, you know, blew my mind about that you've just seen and heard presented, and my stuff, you know, around abolition of the family. And then it took me, you know, a couple of days to realize, wow, no, it's all part of the same thing. And it's really a dream for me to be here making links that, you know, I on my own in some contexts find it a little bit scary to venture. I mean, no one can do anything on my own. I said that in my first book, Full Surrogacy Now, that, you know, authorship can only be co-authorship. But I you know, it's hard to kind of, listen to your own, you know, it's like physician heal yourself, right? So the conversations about abolition of the family and abolition of family policing, right, are beginning to happen with Dean Spade, Dorothy Roberts, people like that. These conversations about how abolition of the private nuclear household and abolition of schooling, higher education, dare I say it, education as we know it, you know, need to happen to, you know, it'll not simply make my life easier as a person who sort of you know, earns their living doing talks and being sort of cheekily hanging on by one toenail to the, you know, the university, even as, you know, for many years I sort of felt a really violently dysphoric allergy to the university. I think I did my best to sort of quote Stefano Harney and Fred Moten to what is it they say? It's brilliant. Abuse its generosity, spite its mission, and join its refugee colonies. I did a lot of time, and I still have a visiting position at a university here down the road, but I'm constantly
That'd be the
reminding
University of
people
Pennsylvania.
in my, you know, presentations I am not paid by, which kind of causes panic, actually, a sort of epidemic panic in the sort of corridors of, you know, job seeking inside the university. And I was reflecting just now over watermelon juice that I might be burning my bridges subconsciously, right? So that I couldn't go back even if I wanted to. But so I wanted to just say, maybe in a slightly more structured fashion, that
Sophie, we have so much in common, Sophie. I don't know why you won't just talk to me on the internet. Sophie, I worked in higher education for 10 years. I hate the universities. You work in higher education. You hate the universities. You just said you just want to spite the universities. I think that that's a really good approach to take, Sophie. I just don't know why we can't just talk about this together. Sophie is playing hard to get. It's true. It's true. Even though we have so much in common, we both hate universities. We both want to abolish universities. I just don't know why we can't have a civilized, intellectual conversation about it. Sophie does not need to lose weight, offensive saint. Sophie's boobs look great. I've seen them on Instagram multiple times. Don't besmirch our ginger dragon queen, offensive saint.
Yeah, I want to say a tiny bit about more than Eli already has about my book, Abolish the Family, and how it links to the previous one that is very much about the remaindered shadow outside of what we say is the family, the private nuclear household, which itself is quite a divided thing with a sort of proletarianized, criminalized, hunted, surplus sort of component to it, and a sort of a very sort of class hierarchized elite sort of side to it, which poses as organic, right? The sort of, if you imagine the ruling class family, which is an image of whiteness.
The ruling class family is the edge of whiteness?
The parents who pay concretely for children to get into Ivy League universities in this country, or, that division is sort of false, I think. the outside and the supposed sort of autonomous unit of the family are part of the same system. But yeah, I wanted to link that to what Eli is. I'll say a bit more in a second, but the second step of this disorganized 7 minutes was going to be that what Eli calls a sort of infrastructural inversion, I talk about in terms of denaturalization simply. And for me, that is a method of utopia. So utopia for me is not a destination, it's a method or an orientation towards that which is sort of given, that which is presented as nature. So sort of abolitionism is very much sort of, for me, a mode of that abolitionist methodology. And yeah, to me, all of this, the sort of the abolished or abolition university, the abolished or abolition sort of education we might envisage, and the abolished family, are equally sort of one and the same question, really, if we consider as some form of wayward Marxist, I guess, that social reproduction has a dual character once again, right? So I'm always thinking about this in terms of mothering, which I again and again sort of circle as a question that is really, really difficult but vital to think of with an anti-work sensibility. It's almost the hardest thing to think of with an anti-work aspiration, because care is everywhere needed so desperately. How could we, while recognizing care work as work, also espouse an anti-work politic? That's kind of what I keep gravitating to and circling around because it's so thorny.
So what that means is, here's what Sophie is grappling with. Sophie, because she's an abolish the family socialist, believes that mothering, which isn't always done by women according to Sophie, but that's fine. Okay, mothering, the having and raising of children is care labor that is done for free because women are devalued within the patriarchal system. And so Sophie would like care work, the raising of the children, to be paid for. Okay, so people get wages for being mothers. Sophie is contradicting this with the socialist desire to eliminate all wage labor, because of course wage labor supports and perpetuates the capitalist system. So there's a dichotomy there, there's a contradiction. Sophie is saying all wage labor should go, that is what the anti-work movement is, and at the same time she's saying that mothering is unpaid labor that should be paid for. That's the contradiction she's wrestling with.
But so the things that I've sort of reached for over the years have been the resources of, family abolitionists, Black unionized nurses in Oakland in the early 70s, like people like Pat Parker at the sort of who made the one family abolitionist feminist that most academics think existed, right? That there's a narrative that people don't realize they're receiving, but it's kind of in the groundwater, where there was basically one whack job who wanted to abolish the family, and she ended, that's an ableist word, apology. So there is a narrative of Julie Firestone, a New York women's liberationist, Jewish woman who wanted to abolish the family, and she ended up sort of alone. And
Sophie, you're saying it was a Jewish woman who wanted to abolish the family? Tell us more.
They're receiving, but it's kind of in the groundwater, where there was basically one whack job who wanted to abolish the family, and she ended, that's an ableist word, apology. So there is a narrative of Julie Firestone, a New York women's liberationist, Jewish woman who wanted to abolish the family, and she ended up sort of alone and very tragically sort of dead in her apartment. It might sound odd to you that people know this, but it actually surfaces. This is like a
pop quiz for the chat. Do abolish the family activists have children? I'm not asking about Sophie specifically. I'm asking about, do abolish the family activists have children? Do abolish the family activists have children? Yes. 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 Abolish the family activists have children. Can we please, and this is after literally years of me creating more abolish the family content than anyone on the internet, can we please dispense with this bullshit conservative talking point that the reason they want to abolish the family is they don't have families? It's not true. Has nothing to do with that. Has nothing to do with it at all. It has to do with they believe the nuclear family is the reproduction mechanism for capitalism via social reproduction theory, which Sophie was just talking about. Social reproduction theory means that social systems will reproduce themselves until they are abolished. The nuclear family will literally reproduce capitalism until it is abolished. That means they can't abolish capitalism without abolishing the nuclear family. It has nothing to do with how they feel about their families. It has nothing to do with that. Can we please stop?
Right. A sort of surfacing narrative. If you look into the archive of the early 70s, there are sort of anti-imperialist, third world gay and lesbian communists who make her sound timid in terms of the need to abolish the family from the outside, from below, from the perspective of Black power. So that is in itself a weird inversion, which I then link to the long tradition of using mothering as a system of resistance to the patriarchal institution of motherhood. So that's a phrase that kind of comes from Adrienne Rich, the white lesbian poet, mothering against motherhood, but it really gets made flesh and put into practice and made meaningful through the experimental sort of social reproductive practices of Black lesbian communists in the 80s and in organizations like the National Welfare Rights Coalition sort of radical wing. Okay, I have gone over and covered about 10%
I want to
of
get
what
to
I
them
wanted
to
say.
the Q&A.
But
I want the Q&A.
social reproduction is dual. While we educate a child to be someone who can speak, who can be someone who, can say no to, sexual abuse and all these beautiful, pleasurable things that go into education, right?
What did Sophie just say? They want to educate a child that can say no to sexual abuse. I bring this up because I have heard Sophie say this several times. I've heard Sophie say this in person when I was undercover at an event with Sophie. Sophie explicitly speaks out against the sexualization of minors, like not infrequently. So even though Sophie does believe, because she's a socialist, that children are but little adults who can make all their own decisions and they should be autonomous from their parents, and Sophie does not believe in parental rights, Sophie wants to abolish parental rights, but the reason that she wants to do that is not because she wants to sexualize children, and she is very, 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 very clear about this. And this goes against James Lindsay's groomer narrative that this is all just about grooming kids. It's not. It never was. That was James Lindsay bullshit. That was another bullshit conservative talking point. And it's important that people understand this. Listen, guys, if you want to throw the pedophilia label on everything that you don't like, even when they are absolutely speaking against it right in front of you, that's your business, but it undermines what's actually going on. It also, by the way, undermines what it actually means to groom children. Not everyone that you disagree with is a pedophile. Queer theory, abolish the family stuff, children's liberation, it was never about grooming children. It was never about sexualizing children. It was about something else. People need to start confronting that. Let's listen to Sophie say that again. She wouldn't be saying this off the cuff if she didn't actually believe it.
Who can be someone who, can say no to, sexual abuse and all these beautiful, pleasurable things that go into education, right? Many of our most meaningful and pleasurable sort of experiences are around like caring for, let's say, children, people we currently call children. And at the same time, in the very same acts, we are producing a worker, someone with a racial identity, someone with a class identity, someone who will be sort of sucked and crushed by capital.
Children
And
are
that's
future workers.
the good scenario, right? Because there's kind of, only one thing worse than the horror of being exploited, which is the horror of not even being exploited, and the same kind of goes for the family. So it's that duality of education that we are making comrades and making workers in the very same moments, in the very same actions, that is at the core of this whole question. And when we, so abolition sort of has to encompass all of that. It won't just be enough to make a fairer family where people divide labor more fairly, and it won't be enough to make a university that is less gatekeepy, less expensive, whatever the fuck. Okay, I'll stop there. Over to Sterling.
I want the Q&A. Let's get to the Q&A.
Okay, yeah, as Sterling, he had pronouns. Let's see. So we're gonna break into groups after. So
they're breaking into
and
groups.
there are people I see in this audience right now that have ideas. So let's not pretend like we're up here. So the only people. So and in general, the type of work that around when we're talking about abolition, at least in this city, Philadelphia, there are many different abolition spaces that are happening around police prisons. The place where I am at is around property and land, and just over the last 5 years, just going to giving like my history, it has been in conjunction with different 10 organizations, which shout out people in North Philly, like Ruth Burchett and Jem Bennett, Occupy PHA, Miss Jackie, and also when we're talking about this land generally, right? There was a discussion around, of acknowledging it. There's fucking, there are treaties, they were broken, they were stolen. People came here. There are several waves of people. One of those groups of people was people that came, that were, African Americans that came to West Philly in the Black Bottom. Those individuals had a space, had a community. That community was destroyed by University of Pennsylvania in the 60s. So when we're talking about university and abolishing it, it's not just like what they do, it's the actual taking of land. We're talking about land that was determined to be blighted in collaboration with also other white settlers, also the business community around taking this land from this community, right? So it's like, part of it is really just destroying the imagination around the goodness of the university. It is not good. It is important to kind of like break that apart. So even when I hate talking about history when the harm is happening now. It's like in the last 10 years, there's even more displacement around like bringing the land values up, and then the fight that we currently have with a coalition of people, including Police Free Penn, which Chris Rogers is a part, and other people, but has been around resisting that the sale of this subsidized housing property. I only say that it is resistance because it is about seeing their plans and then interrupting them. A lot of times there's this understanding around like, oh, okay, this person, this white settler has like this plan, so maybe let me go over here and like try to like, I'll build something up while they're, but at least in terms of what I feel like abolition is actual confrontation. So you can't sit in the university and write your thing about destroying it, but then also do nothing on the ground. So it's like really important to see that, to like understand it is confront.
So he's talking about like, guys, it's not enough to write an essay about subverting the universities. We actually have to subvert the universities. So he's talking about taking what they're writing in this essay and actually implementing it.
That is like only the only type of resistance, right? So that has been about direct action. That's been about stopping them in any way, legal, extra legal, in the news, in the media. It doesn't matter, amongst the community talking about what they're actually doing. So
I don't want to name over on Rumble. Sorry, I missed your question earlier. Is anti-work a common phrase? It is on the far left. So yeah, anti-work is not a common phrase in normal parlance, but if you look up like anti-work, you're gonna find a whole bunch of far leftist presentations where they're talking about the anti-work movement. Not only is anti-work a common phrase, anti-work is actually a movement on the left.
I just want us to think about like what their plans are, and we're always looking at their plans. So they have a plan that's already been made that showed that the towns were going to be destroyed. I've written a paper about South Philly and how there was a plan, in the late 1800s around making a park along the Schuylkill that would displace all the black residents in the southern part of South Philly, the western part of South Philly. I've been down there with Tiffany and a lot of other people. We just don't see like other people doing the same resistance. I think that, and sometimes when we're in this place of understanding that these things need to be done, but there isn't this like actual action around like what that thing is. So there is often like, at least there's a reformism of the market. There is let's try to get more vouchers. Let's try to include affordable housing in this larger unit. There should be no luxury housing that's being built until everybody is housed. That's just what it is, right? So when I just come from that perspective around, and I love all the geographers that have been met because I'm a geographer. But
all right, guys, I need to pee. I'll be back real quick. Please let me know if I miss anything. I'm just going to let this play. Also, Milo's pointing out in the chat that anti-work is actually a really big subreddit. So if you want to see like the anti-work movement, go to the anti-work subreddit because you're going to see some crazy stuff. All right, guys, I'll be right back. I'm going to let this play.
We're talking about like how land should be used. Land, housing, the air, the water, all these things are for humans and non-humans, and also the spirit of the land and how those things interact, right? I think right here we're talking about our relation constantly. We're talking about our relation to what land it is. I kind of have been connecting these things around abolition and like abolition of ego, of yourself, of your gender, of all these things. Performing outside of them is helpful in understanding how you're going to relate to everything from from this floor to a bug to I'm just thinking about people that you meet in that maybe you hate or something. All these things are relation. All these things have to change if we're going to actually move into this other space. And that includes with property. And the sheer fact is that you may not own anything. You may have to be in collective ownership with every single person around you.
Did he just say you don't own
anything? And even your will.
Hang on. Did he just say you don't own anything and you have to be in collective ownership again?
Other space. And that includes with property. And the sheer fact is that you may not own anything. You may have to be in collective ownership with every single person around you. And even your will may not be the only will that matters in anything. So but that's a very hard thing when you tell people, we had a squatting campaign with where's fucking Wiley up back there. I don't know. Where's Wiley? Okay.
By the way, the squatters' rights stuff comes from these people.
Anyway, he was here. He left. But in general, like, it's really hard to talk to somebody about getting to a house and squatting a house. And then, especially when they have not had that, and that they will then own that.
Oh, no, it's not weird at all, Magnus. It's not weird at all. Does someone want to educate Magnus about how it's not weird at all that Klaus Schwab says the same thing and then owns everything? Why is that not weird at all? Pop quiz for the chat. Why is it not at all contradictory that Klaus Schwab says the same thing while owning everything? Why is that not contradictory? This is a really easy softball, guys. Why is that not contradictory at all to what we're watching right now? Why is it not contradictory at all that Klaus Schwab says the same thing as the radical revolutionary socialists while owning everything? Oh my god, have we seriously descended into fucking retardia? No, thank you. Dragon Balls, Dragon Balls. Klaus Schwab is not a radical revolutionary socialist. These people are not the WEF. These people hate the WEF. These people have nothing to do with the WEF. These people don't like the WEF. These people are not partnering with Klaus Schwab in any way. So why are we bringing up Klaus Schwab in a presentation that literally has nothing to do with it? Nothing to do with it. Conservatives, stop conflating things that are not the same fucking thing. The WEF are not radical revolutionary socialists. Klaus Schwab is the WEF. It is a completely separate group. Klaus Schwab is a capitalist. He is not a radical revolutionary socialist. That's the answer.
That house, and then have them think about like, oh yes, let's fix this up and let's sell it. I mean, we have to figure out as us, especially when you're in relation and in community with people that do not have the same politic issue, you know, and that is like our learning that we have to do amongst each other, with each other. Also, you know what? I'm actually going to say that we have a pretty long project on us, especially with abolishing the family. Abolishing the family, abolishing property, and I would say it's, some people say 500 year, but I would say 100-year project, and maybe we're in the middle of it, right? So like, I will get
so 100-year project, and they think they're in the middle of it, of abolishing the family and abolishing property.
I'm not going to say everybody's perfect around that. People need things right now. They need their fucking drugs. They need their fucking shelter. They need their fucking children. People have things that they need right now, and let's figure out how we're building the container where property doesn't need to exist. You know, and people have all the things that they need. But I will, just the last thing I said, especially when you're talking about the organizing on the ground, it is important to really help people like meet their need at that point. So that's all I got to say.
Let's keep the applause going a little bit longer. Thanks to everyone.
Q&A.
So
Q&A,
just holding
Q&A.
the moment, holding the weight of all of these insights, all of these invitations, inciting us to do together. I just want to name a couple of things that that I had written down from this gathering to be able to help us kind of think about this processing next. That's part of tonight's conversation. So thinking about regimes of accumulation that incorporate their own critics, thinking about the risk and illumination of comparison, comparing different kinds of cultural institutions. Without land, no infrastructure is possible. Possessive investments in the institutions whose current rulers may not love.
Without land, no infrastructure is possible. If you take the land, they can't build the capitalist system.
Love us back. Unwaged student labor. Thinking about utopia and abolition, not as a destination, but an orientation. Thinking about mothering against motherhood. Land back for Black and Indigenous communities. Confrontation, right? Not just analysis, but confrontation against systems. And thinking about how land collective ownership should be across all the different relations that we have. So what we're wanting to do, right? This is not a participant. This is not a passive evening. What we're wanting to do is to get into some small circles, and just with the 2, 3, 4 people who are nearby.
We might be able to fast forward through some of it.
What I invite y'all to do is to think about what your relationship is to these different themes: universities, the family, different sites of struggle, and then getting to hear from these various analyses and positions that were presented tonight, how that relates to your own sense of things. What we're going to do is just for a couple of minutes get to connect with each other, who's sitting beside you, again, 2 to 4 people beside you. And then after that, we'll get to hear from y'all, different reflections, different questions that you have so that we can open this up into a group conversation. How does that sound? Okay, all right, let's do it. So the next 2, 3, 4 minutes, connect with folks nearby you.
Are they just gonna let it play like that? Hang on, let me get to a good section of my knitting so I can fast forward without messing up my knitting. Thank you guys for allowing me that. Okay, let's just fast forward through their little, This is good, we get to fast forward. They're gonna do a report back at some point.
Is back together.
Okay, look at this.
Encourage you to share that final thought, and then we'll come
This is what the left does. The right
back together.
The right. While the right has hookers and blow in a hotel room, this is what the left is doing.
A good conversation is one that's difficult to stop.
I love it.
All right, if you can hear my voice, say abolition.
Oh, God.
If you can hear my voice, say now. If you can hear my voice, say abolition now. So as we all know, abolition is not just a project of negation. It's a project of worlds making. It's a project of relationships. This is what we're doing in this room tonight, right? We've got this beautiful, loving, powerful coalition that we formed here, people reaching across each other. Because abolition is a world-building endeavor, that also includes when there are moments of risk-taking, moments of confrontation. So I want to give a loving welcome to folks from Rutgers University to share a brief update about the current strike that's underway.
Excellent. Rutgers, very socialist.
Hey y'all, the sun. Okay. Hi. So I'm gonna talk a little bit, but not too long. I've been on picket line for the past 5 days, talking into a microphone, so not so loud, I guess, right now. But hi, my name's Amber Joseph. I'm a creative writing MFA at Rutgers Camden. I'm also an English TA, and as some of you know, but if you don't, Rutgers, the whole system, has been on strike for the past 5 days on all 3 campuses. So New Brunswick, Camden, which is where I'm at, and Newark. And it's a huge strike. It's 9,000 workers. One of the amazing things about Rutgers, which, you know, in the spirit of like world making, is that Rutgers's union is a merged union of faculty and TA grad students. So solidarity to Temple. I know we have some Temple affiliates in the room, but TUGSA, the graduate union there, did some incredible work just by themselves. And so one of the things that we do have is that we don't have an oppositional faculty union or sometimes oppositional faculty union. We're all united, which is cool because I think one of the things that came up in this talk is like tenure track full professors, non-tenure track professors, TAs, like there's all these designations the university makes just.
This is a bookstore. There are radical revolutionary bookstores all over the country. This is run by something called Common Notions Press, which is also a publisher. And so that's what this is. Yeah, this isn't genuine. And so I don't believe you at all. This is Poetry Painter again in another account. Again. And so you want to convince me you're a longtime viewer? You can go ahead and donate money. I don't take a word you fucking say seriously. Actually, you know what? Exposing grifters. Define capitalism for us as the left defines it. This is going to be just our quiz every time you assholes create another account to come in here and cause trouble. Define capitalism for us as the left defines it. If you don't do it, you're going to be permanently banned from my chat. You have 2 minutes to respond. Define capitalism as the left defines it. If you do not respond with a definition of capitalism as the left defines it, we're just going to ban you. What does private property mean? What does private property mean? You got 2 minutes. What does private property mean? You knew I was going to ask this if you've been a long time silent listener. What does private property mean? No! Incorrect! Incorrect! Completely wrong! Permanently banned. Goodbye. It's easy enough. It's easy enough to expose the people who don't know what the fuck they're talking about while claiming to be listeners on my channel.
To kind of like keep us separate. So yeah, like we've been on the line. It's been really amazing. There's a lot of people who are affiliated with Rutgers, even in Philly. Camden is right over the river, but we also have a lot of people who live in Philly.
Offensive saying, what do you mean by this? Are there socialist jail groups? Socialists want to abolish all prisons. They want to abolish the police. They want to release everyone from prison. So abolition is what abolition generally refers to prison abolition.
And commute all the way to New Brunswick. So even though Rutgers is not in Philadelphia, it is a really important part of Philadelphia's like academic world. So I just think it's important to like kind of acknowledge that in the space right now. And yeah, I just wanted to like just again like acknowledge in the space that we have like some really amazing ideas, but there's also like tangible stuff that's happening right now. Right now, actually, like bargaining is like there is a marathon bargaining session right now in Trenton that like I'm like looking at updates for.
Are there socialist groups in jail? I guess I don't know the answer to that. I will tell you that socialists actually work a lot with prisoners. Socialists do classes for prisoners. Socialists have book clubs for prisoners. They send prisoners stuff. Like they work with families of prisoners. So I don't know if that answers your question.
But it looks like we're probably still going to be on the line on Monday. So if folks want to come out to Camden, or if you want to go to New Brunswick or Newark, you're welcome to do that. But it's been really fabulous, amazing. Last thing I'll say, because we were having this conversation just about like contracts, right? If we're imagining like world building, we're in the midst of a contract dispute. We haven't had a contract for over almost a year, but our contract is also, some of the demands are beloved community demands. They're not financial demands. They're not raises. Although that stuff's in there too, trust me, I would like a raise. But they're demands for things like our undergrads. Like our undergrads are not unionized. And so like what we have in our demands right now is like a rent freeze because, you know, Columbia and NYU are some of the biggest real estate companies, but Rutgers owns a lot of New Brunswick. So, you know, even if you're not affiliated with Rutgers, you're paying Rutgers your rent. So that's in our contract, like a rent freeze. Other things in our contract are just trying to stop Rutgers from selling debt to third-party collectors, because that's also something that they do. And so, yeah, just imagining a world in which like a contract is not just a labor document, but it's also like an imagined future. That's what they're in the midst of fighting for right now. So thanks for listening. And if you have any questions, you want to come out, hit me up afterwards. Yeah, great question. So if you're on social media, Rutgers AAUP, that's like our union, their Instagram is just lit all the time with stuff that's going on. And then if you want to come out to the picket, if you want to come to Camden right over the bridge, it's from 10 to 2, starting on Monday. And the reason why we actually shortened our picket is because of childcare needs. So 10 to 2, Camden, we are a small campus. If folks have been out there, so you'll see us, you'll hear us. So yeah, coming out, there's music. Had some comrades on the line.
Comrades.
Today. Yeah, small campus. Yeah, so thank you for opening up the space to this like amazing conversation, but also like thanks for listening about like what's happening on the ground.
Wow. So what we're wanting to do is to get to hear in small groups. We're getting to hear from 2 or 3 groups that have been in conversation, and then we'll kick it back to the crew that's up front. And really want to invite with a lot of love folks who have felt shut out, folks who have been shut out historically from conversations about worlds building, please consider this to be your space.
That means
being
black and brown
foregrounded.
people and
so
women.
Want to invite for folks to all share across our experiences, across our differences. That's part of
And
what
trans
building
people.
power is, with as well that special invitation. So getting to hear from folks, what came to mind, reflections, questions. I'm going to pass out this mic and we'll get to hear again from a couple of folks and then we'll kick it back to the group up front. So what's coming to mind, y'all? And don't be shy. This is family that we're also trying to change and abolish. And oops.
Oops.
Oops. We'll take a portrait at the end. So what's coming to mind? And if you may feel a little bit mic shy, then feel free to just shout it out. There's folks who are live streaming in, so I can just repeat it. But any questions, any reflections? I heard a lot of conversation. Yeah, I see you. Get us started.
Hey everybody, Chris, please free pen. Mia brought up about museums, right? Particularly, you can think about university museums, but the Penn Museum being emblematic of the colonial museum period. You know what I'm saying? And
museums are capitalist.
One of the things in terms of like lifting up things that is happening on the ground. Abdul Ali Muhammad, who I want to give a shout out to, and also Lyra Montero, are currently working on a process which they call finding ceremony. And if you search finding ceremony, Penn Museum, I'm sure the link will come up. And what the process is about envisioning a repatriation process that is owned and led by the community of descendants from the Morton, cranial collection is what they call it, right? These are human remains that were sort of like grave dug by Samuel Morton, who is in some ways, the godfather of racial science. And Penn still holds on a lot of these. They're in this process now of attempting to, as they say, decolonize the museum on their own terms while still owning the process. And what Lyra and Abdul Ali have been leading is a way of confronting that and saying that this is a process that should be led by the community, and the university needs to step back and allow for a community to lead what a repatriation process can be. And obviously, they're not the only universities going through this. Harvard with Tamara Lanier and with the Daguerreotypes that they say they own of someone's family, right? A picture of someone's family, say, well, that's university property. That doesn't belong to you, right? So it's certainly a fight that is happening in Philly right now. And I want people to look up Finding Ceremony by Abdul Ali Muhammad and Lyra Montero as one way which folks are thinking about the abolition of museums. And yeah, so I just wanted to offer that into the space.
So finding ceremony, not letting the terms of abolition, decolonization speak for themselves. What's coming to mind for folks? What are some things that came up in y'all's conversations? Even if it's a little nugget, you don't have to give us the whole meal. I see you.
All right, so I think that a large portion of what we were talking about, we were discussing, is how to get the community outside of who is directly or what you consider directly impacted by the university. And I used Fred Hampton quote where he talked about it's really hard to burn down today what you are invested in tomorrow. And I think a little bit about we talked about where to start and how difficult this can be, and our own journeys with academia and how people are detached at their own level and people are ready to resist at their own rate and times, and everybody might not be able to resist as much as the next person. But the people who are the least connected, the people who have the least stakes in the university, but are just as impacted, are the people that live in the neighborhoods colonized by the universities. So the people that live in the city that was then dubbed University City or Temple Town or whatever, and you lived and your folks lived there forever, and now a university can come and recharacterize your entire neighborhood,
Steal
they
the
are
land.
just as impacted by the university as the students who are struggling under student loan debt. But they are less likely to care so much. And no shade against it. Like, you put 6-7 years into a university, you might not be willing to like detach immediately. Like, you just got your doctorate. You know, you probably, if I say abolish the university, fuck your degree, right? Yeah. So you might not be willing to divest immediately, but what you can do is make the struggle that people are involved in outside of the university easier. So a little bit of how do we connect people who are not directly involved in university, and make it sort of like a symbiotic process. Like, I am not ready to detach completely right now. I'm taking classes right now. I just put 60,000 in here. I don't know about the whole I don't know about all of that right now, bro. Maybe later, right? But I can help you out right now because you are willing to do that. So sort of the point that Sterling was making earlier, somebody has to do the confrontation. And if until you are ready to do the confrontation, maybe you should work on making it easier for other people who have least amount of, stake in it.
So thinking about questions of coalition, even thinking about this word confrontation, sometimes confrontation is making these connections between people who are inside an institution and those who are around it who are getting screwed over by it, right? That's not what the institution wants. That's a form of confrontation. So a really expansive sense of militancy of what we're trying to build. I'm wondering if there's maybe one or two more small groups. I see.
Hi, my name's Cami. So we were talking a bit about the same thing, and how earlier they're mentioning how in academia, usually people like write all these books and all these dissertations about the topic, and they're kind of incorporated critics, and how they don't really take any action. I think what you were saying just now is a really good point in how people can take a direct part of things, even if they're actually part of the university right now. I think a really good example of that is like what you showed on the projector earlier, on how Drexel students and the UC townhomes are like working together right now. So even if you're a part of the university, I think you can still like directly fight against it. You can do sit-ins. Even if you don't want to do sit-ins, you can give up your space, because you said land is like really important. We need infrastructure. You give your space so that people can have these things. And
Private property.
yeah, I mean, it's important that people make an active fight to, I don't know, just be like there doing something, not just talking. There's like a little bit of a balance we have to find between just jumping into things directly and having conversations all the time. Conversations are good, but sometimes we can get stuck just talking, discussing, writing, researching, writing blogs and journals, and
So
never doing
true.
anything. Years can pass by doing that. So I think it's really important that we're having this discussion, and what I'm looking forward to next is seeing how we can mobilize after this. Yeah, thank you.
So theory, critique, not just for the sake of it, its relationship to action, different kinds of approaches to do that. I'm curious if the crew that had gotten us started wants to be able to reflect, and I know there's a mic up there if anyone wants to get us started, thinking about these campaigns for reparations, thinking about coalitions between people who are inside and nearby alongside an institution, and thinking about combining what we're thinking about and what we're doing. Wondering if something's coming to mind for the folks who got us started. Hello, hello. Cool. Cheers.
Hello. Yeah, I think I start to think about the abolition of property, and things like reparations here too. Reparations they're supposed to come out of the I guess I don't know. The emancipation is that what, I don't know, but so then there seems to be this move to have to make a direct connection to somebody that was enslaved in the country, and I think that that part of that is positive because it kind of brings you closer to your thing, but there shouldn't be resources relate to that. I think I like reparations. This is just my opinion. It's just a person.
Hang on, $10 Rumble ran over on Rumble from SS Kennedy. Thank you. Really enjoying your commentary and learning a lot as usual. Hey, I appreciate the $10 over on Rumble. We're getting a little bit slower now because we're starting to near the end. They're doing a little bit of reporting back, but we're still going to listen to it. Because if we don't, they'll say something crazy and we'll never know. And so we will never tempt fate. But I appreciate the $10 over on Rumble. Guys, please remember to mount the like button for me. Please remember to subscribe to the channels if you have not already. We do Socialism Saturday every Saturday at 6 p.m. We got a little bit more to go with this presentation. Let's see what they had to say. Oh, wait. We got another retard! Another fucking retard! Hey, Warrior King, do me a favor. Tell us what the left's definition of capitalism is. Tell us if James Lindsay is worth his salt, then James Lindsay has absolutely taught you what the left's definition of capitalism is. So tell us, what is the left's definition of capitalism? You have 2 minutes before I permanently ban you from the channel.
Right, so.
Oh, wait! You didn't answer the question! Oh, wow, you're permanently banned. Wow, goodbye. Goodbye, poetry painter. Goodbye. Again, goodbye.
It's just like, would be about more like changing the system that we have here. I know I've seen reparations projects like in Evanston, Illinois, where they give like an FHA loan or like a no interest FHA. That's not reparations. That's just not. It just isn't. Like, yeah, that's ridiculous. There's stuff like that, and it's just really important. I think that I feel like I'm just learning more from like kind of like the native space, where it's just like when we're talking about the black bottom. The thing, like, so when in the context of the townhomes, those people are being displaced now. That is a harm that's happening now.
Oh no, you have to live in a townhome.
Like, what they should receive is related to the harm that's happening now. When we're using things like reparations of like what happened in the 1960s, those people live 20 blocks north. The reparations argument is more towards those, like, I do not like when just based on identity, you're supposed to
it could mean giving back the land. It could also mean actual payments for, descendants of slaves or like whatever. It could mean both.
Get some sort of benefit. Like, so we just really need to be more precise when we're talking about.
Yeah, like, listen, imagine believing that you can take on the far left if you can't handle me in a chat. That's retarded.
Who is the benefit? Who is supposed to accrue? Like, what harm has happened? Who did it happen to? And the repair is supposed to go to which people? It's supposed to go to the descendants of people that are have their families like in the Penn Museum. Like, there's a way to do that. There's a way to think about it in like a very precise way, and then also a more like global way of like how some of these harms, like in an actual way, they're supposed to happen. I just think that that's really important. We're seeing a lot of like identity bullshit, honestly, just to be clear, just like bullshit, just like people saying, I'm black, give me something.
This guy's not smart
I'm not from the black
at
bottom.
all.
My family's from another places out, like North Philly, South Philly. They're not part of the families that were displaced there. So I feel like we need to get more like really specific about those things. And then when we're talking about the federal situation, I don't know, we have to change our whole system if we're going to like actually do reparations. I mean, we'd have to have, public housing, public education, public health, universal health care. Like, those are things that would change the way that people came together, and like did it.
So that's interesting, isn't it? He's saying we can't just do reparations. We have to do all this other socialist stuff too. Listen again.
I don't know. We have to change our whole system if we're going to like actually do reparations. I mean, we'd have to have, public housing, public education, public health, universal health care. Like, those are things that would change the way that people came together, and like did it. We'd have to have
public housing, public education, universal health care. We have to change our whole system if we're going to do reparations. We have to go full hog.
University system has Ivy Leagues. They all have to be the same, right? It's like, let's think about like what that would be, and then like make that demand. But like this thing where I mean, it's really important for California to do this little thing, right? This little reparations thing. It's really important that they're doing that and trying to connect really, right? California, who did not really, like 1850, didn't really have that many as problem, right? But like, it's important they fucking do this and they start to like get the harms and stuff. But like, I don't need a check. I don't need a check. I need universal health care. I need people that never experience violence. I need prisons. You know, if we want to talk about what like my because you know, and I just say that because I just it is important for like people like I do know where my people come from, like Claymont Court, West Virginia, near Harper's Ferry. Like I know where they were enslaved. It's like, important to make those connections and say like I have the harm and I don't want a fucking check. Keep your fucking check.
Oh.
Get rid of the president. Get rid of.
Isn't that interesting? Isn't that interesting? He's actually saying, I don't want to check for cash reparations. I want a socialist system. Now, this guy is not the brightest crayon on the box, and so he's kind of all over the place with his speech. So he goes here, and then he goes here, and then he goes up here, and but like when he actually says something, we need to pay attention. He just said, I don't want to check. I want socialism.
Claymont Court, West Virginia, near Harper's Ferry. Like I know where they were enslaved. It's like, important to make those connections and say like I have the harm. And I don't want a fucking check. Keep your fucking check. Get rid of the president. Get rid of the police.
Sophie nodding.
So I'm just that's my position.
Get rid of prisons. Get rid of the police. That's our reparations. Okay, that makes sense.
I'm curious if
then.
anyone else wants to share.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing. That's the thing. It's maybe talk about it's like what is the decolonization process? The how does it come apart? Is what we should be thinking about, really talking about, right? It's like how.
Thank you for that. That's why we're here. I'm curious if there's anyone else from the front who wants to share.
Sit down.
Oh, the black trans woman.
I think that this is why, just following up on Sterling, this is why the ability to actually have that imagination of how we want the world to be really matters. Because otherwise the way that we do repair, the way that we address harm gets absorbed right back into the same system that produced that harm.
Okay.
And so this is why
So the argument is, I believe, that if we just give out cash checks as reparations, that feeds right back into the capitalist system. Therefore, we are perpetuating the system that's doing harm. But if we instead do reparations as abolishing prisons, universal health care, public housing, community kitchens, public education, etc., 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 that builds the world we want, which is a socialist world, and doesn't continue to perpetuate the capitalist system.
The willingness and the ability to cultivate relationships that can move toward what feels absolutely impossible at the moment is actually some of the most necessary work we can do. That's why the cultivating of the willingness to fight together and the capacity to fight together for what appears right now impossible is really necessary, because then reparations becomes a check. And reparation not only becomes a check, it becomes a check that is given to you by the same institution that will claim now the harm is erased. The problem is done. That history is over. That's negated. And we'll actually use reparations as leverage to reproduce the same system that we're fighting. And so to bring it back to questions around like the university specifically, what does the university actually want to frame? How does it want to frame our ideas of harm and reparation and really own the discourse? And I think the finding ceremony question is really trying to push against that, because yes, the university wants to own the process of actually dictating what repair looks like. And so, yeah, I think two of the things that we kind of emphasize in the invitation is when we think about the university, we need to not just think about it in the realm of a place that produces ideas. It is at its base an organizing institution. It organizes us, it organizes our lives. People give their babies Cornell sweatshirts. With people start investing in their children's ability to go to college before they have children. It organizes our lives. We're told to spend so much of our lives anticipating going to the right kind of university so that we don't experience this kind of socioeconomic fall that is the gravitational pull of the system that we work in. And so if we are going to think about how to fight against the university, we need other ways of organization. And we need to imagine that we need to disorganize the university by reorganizing ourselves in the name of different projects. And so part of that is cultivating the imagination. Part of that's just building fucking organization that can live beyond the university as we're currently experiencing it. So yeah, I just wanted to follow up that way.
So this actually makes sense to me because a lot of socialists do build educational organizations and activist organizations that are completely separate from the university. I mean, they use the university for everything they can, but there are a lot of like I've noticed a lot, especially like in like psychoanalysis and stuff like that. There are all these kind of like, they are private organizations that are built up that are completely socialist, that are separate from the universities, in which they're teaching people things, they're holding classes. I mean, socialists have their own book publishers. Universities also have their own book publishing presses. Socialists also have their own book publishing presses, probably because they were trying to build up separately than the universities. Socialists have their own bookstores. Universities have their own bookstores. They're separate units. Socialists hold their own classes in their own bookstores. We're watching one right now. Universities hold class. So really, I mean, it's not an out of the realm possibility because they're already kind of doing it. Socialists are trying to build a parallel educational system that is entirely run by and controlled by them, that is separate and distinct from the university system that they all came up through. Does that make sense to everyone?
Thank you, Meg. And I know that we're going to have some time at the very end to be able to hear from y'all too. I wonder right now if anyone wants to add on to that or if we want to kick it back to the group.
Here we go! Another one! And the reason I keep displaying these psycho chats on the stream, guys, is I really want people to understand how much of this shit that I have to put up with. Sir, I am, or ma'am, because we know this is a man, because we know exactly who this is. Ma'am, I am watching socialism on the internet. You are the one that has created no less than 5 accounts in the course of this presentation to disrupt all of us watching socialism on the internet. Now, ma'am, define how the left defines capitalism for us. You have 2 minutes. If you chat in anything other than how the left defines capitalism, because I'm sure the next thing you're going to say is, I'm a big fan and I watch all your streams and I just really know you need mental health. Blah, 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 blah. Define how the left defines capitalism for us. You have 2 minutes. If you don't, you're permanently banned. Go.
Yeah, you know, we all laughed because I always find it really funny, especially the way Coco said it, like, we're all family here. Whoops! Yeah, I mean, there's no, change doesn't happen at the level of language, I think, primarily. It's not that there isn't a part to it. But, you know, yeah, I want to bring back our understanding that class power, I mean, this was, I think, a little bit more on the table in the red decade, the long 60s, the early 70s. You know, the class power tells us a story. It's about where, where danger to us comes from, where we are not, where we're not going to receive care, what's going to menace us. And there's actually 2 figures I kind of want to draw attention to here because I think they're twinned, like the groomer. And,
the groomer! Sophie!
The Marxist university professor. And like,
when Sophie realized that I recorded her private session at the Socialism conference, she got all pissed off and she blocked me on Twitter because Sophie thought that I was going to clip her out of context to make her seem like a groomer. This is real. This is actually really real. Sophie knows I follow her. We harangue Sophie all the time. Sophie doesn't like us, but she tolerates us, and she allows me to follow her on Twitter and harangue her sometimes, and she just kind of ignores me for the most part, except when Mizakan threatened to rape Sophie, and then she didn't ignore that. Mizakan didn't really do that, but Sophie read it that way, and Sophie was wrong, but Mizakan was a little bit out of line too. Anyway. So after I privately recorded Sophie at the Socialism 2023 conference when I was undercover, she blocked me on Twitter, and I was so upset about it, and I DM'd her on Instagram, and I was like, Sophie, I swear I'm not taking your clip out of context to make you look like a groomer. I would never do that, Sophie. I'm intellectually honest. And then Sophie was like, how dare you record people in their private sessions? She yelled at me a little bit, and then I was like, Sophie, can you unblock me on Twitter now? And Sophie was like, I already have. My Instagram conversations with Sophie are the best, but she never talks to me anymore. I DM her every once in a while. Just to see if I can get her to engage with me in some way. And she always ends up yelling at me about something. Oh, let's see what our psycho said. Psycho says abolishing capitalism means abolishing private property. What's the definition of private property? What is the definition of private property, Marco? That's not how the left defines it. Literally what abolishing capitalism means. No, it doesn't, bro. Or ma'am. Because we know who this is, Jill. We know it's you, Jill. And your psycho fat ass is just creating account after account after account because you have nothing else to do with your sad, pathetic life, Jill. So we're going to wait again. Bye. Bye, Jill. Bye. Bye. Bye, Jill.
The thing about the term grooming is there's been a magical phenomenon over the last few decades, turning it upside down. The concept of the groomer was actually anti-violence on the ground, often, racialized women's liberationists or
no,
just
it
feminist
wasn't.
Anti-violence activists.
Sophie. That is completely untrue, Sophie. Groomer was not a racialized feminist term.
Down. The concept of the groomer was actually anti-violence on the ground, often, racialized women's liberationists or just feminist anti-violence activists, kind of putting their finger on the phenomenon of familial violence. You know, the incestuous child sexual abuse.
I guess
pandemic,
maybe Sophie
right?
might be right about
us,
that.
Right? It's just it's endemic.
I take that back.
Much like
Sophie's
other
right.
pandemics that I mentioned. But like then over time, with the sort of triumph of
here we go.
the 80s or whatever you want to call it, the groomer becomes almost the opposite, right? It's like a drag queen reading to her children in a public library, and that is something we need to notice, right? When our attention is being redirected to almost the exact opposite of where it should be. And you can understand why we do this, because it's fucking scary. It's incredibly vertiginous to imagine directing your attention towards an infrastructure like the family that is the only thing so many of us have got, right? Because it is. It really is. It's not like anyone should come along and say, try and abolish the family without abolishing capitalism, without building red plenty, without building abundance. I'm always trying to insist that abolition is not really, in any context, primarily about starting with the thing you're kind of apparently pointing at, right? Obviously, precincts should burn, but maybe police and criminal justice system abolition isn't really about starting with the thing you're saying. It's kind of it starts everywhere else, making the world that would make the idea of a prison as a solution to anything, the idea of as a solution to anything, impossible, unthinkable. The same goes for family, right? definitely don't sort of start in your home and try and abolish anything there. Like, make the right to the city a meaningful thing. The slum dwelling movements in South Africa, which I had some connection with at one point, Abalahli Basim Jundolo, they were talking about the right
another
to
language.
housing, meaning, you know, give
Sophie
it to us.
knows
It
like
only
18
means
languages.
something if you build right decommodified housing, as Sterling talking about too. So the city that has food for free all the time, a city where, you know, you can imagine sometimes cooking privately because that's a pleasure, but you never need to worry about feeding yourself privately through buying or eating out or cooking privately, because food is always there. The kitchen
Oh,
is
wait. Sophie's talking about communal kitchens. Communal kitchens. Guys, you don't have to cook privately or worry about eating privately because the state's going to provide you with your food. Listen.
You can imagine sometimes cooking privately because that's a pleasure, but you never need to worry about feeding yourself privately through buying or eating out or cooking privately, because food is always there. The kitchen is a deprivatized thing. What if you start thinking about the right to the city that way?
The kitchen is a deprivatized thing. And now Sophie's saying, what if we thought about the whole city as a deprivatized thing?
And then see what your attachment to the people that are yours is like. Well, how can we love without economic coercion? That's actually a beautiful kind of, you know, an exciting proposition, you know? What would your relationship to your family be like?
Sophie's position is that the only reason that people engage with their family above all else is because the family provides the money and the resources for them in the form of actual money, in the form of property, in the form of a place to live, in the form of educational expenses, in the form of healthcare, especially your benefits are tied to your family. And so when Sophie is saying, what would it be like to love without economic coercion, what she's saying is the privatized nuclear family, the only reason you even engage with these people is because they provide you with all your stuff. What if instead all the stuff was provided for you and you didn't have to worry about it regardless of who your blood relatives are? How would that change the way that you engage with the entire community? That's what she's saying. Does everyone understand that? Let's listen again.
Or cooking privately, because food is always there. The kitchen is a deprivatized thing. What if you start thinking about the right to the city that way, and then see what your attachment to the people that are yours is like? Well, how can we love without economic coercion? That's actually a beautiful kind of, you know, an exciting proposition, you know? What would your relationship to your family be like if you were not economically coerced to meet your needs, to get your needs met by them only, basically? And turn your sort of, your sense of entitlement and prerogative, your birthright, back into the common sphere. And when protest kitchens and, you know, encampments and occupations take over public space, we learn what it's like, messily and really traumatically and, you know, imperfectly, with no guarantee, but we learn what it's like to get our needs met in common sphere rather than the private. And that's
Okay.
how we undo our...
So what she's saying is, so do you guys know how at like the campus protests, or this happened in the Chaz too, remember back to 2020 when they set up the autonomous zone in Seattle called the Chaz or the CHOP or like whatever? So this happens every time there's like a major protest, is what happens is at the protest site, there starts to become a little kitchen or a place where people can go to get free food. And essentially what happens is people come and donate the food to the protest. They donate like snacks or things or just like medical supplies or like whatever people might need, from food to like all this stuff. Yeah, the People's Kitchen. In the Chaz, they basically had a store where people could go and get food, and people donated the food and then people took what they needed, and that was it. So what Sophie is saying is this is a way that we train people for what the future socialist utopia is going to be like, because in the future socialist utopia, people have access to, you know, the communal kitchen, and they get all their food in the commune, and they don't need the private kitchen anymore. And the only reason they might have a private kitchen is maybe they like to cook for pleasure, but all the food is really delivered through this commune. They're using protesting, they're using their organizing to train people into this system. and to figure out how to do this system. Does everyone understand that? The protests aren't just about being angry. The protests aren't just about causing problems or setting things on fire. In the protesting, they are training people for what it's like to engage in the future socialist utopia. They are training people for Marxism. What don't you understand? Be very specific. Does everyone understand what I just explained? If you do not understand, I need you to ask a specific question. Protests are about community building and comradeship. It's about exercising community care. It's not about they're mentally ill. That's what conservatives will tell you. It's not about they're just lazy and don't want to go to class. That's what conservatives will tell you. They're not about they just want to set fire to things and they just want to be a drain on society and da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. So that's not actually related to what I'm explaining. What I'm asking you is, do you understand the concept that I just explained? The protests are to train people to be good Marxists, to train them to live in solidarity with each other, to train them for how their living experience will change in the utopia, and to figure out how it works, because they don't know how this is going to work, and Sophie's telling you, we don't know how this is going to work. They're living in the midst of struggle to figure out how to build solidarity. Yeah, that's exactly right.
Attachments, I think.
Right on. Thank you for that. So I want to be able to kick it back to everyone here. So we got to hear from a few different examples of what are we advocating instead of what we are just opposing. So I really want to pose the question, what would an abolition university look like?
Yeah. Oh, that's a good question. Let's get back to that in a second. But Milo's making a great point. We saw this in the Columbia protests. They also train people how to get arrested. They train people how to handle the police. They train people how to protest. They train people. They provide rules for the protest sites. They provide demands. They train people how to do this. This doesn't just pop up. This is another mistake conservatives make. They think that protests just pop up out of nowhere and it's like, ooh, they just wanted to get uppity for a weekend. No, no, no. They're literally training people to do this. They don't pop up out of nowhere. They're the results of a lot of organizing that takes place behind the scenes to make sure everyone's on the same page.
What would it feel like? What would it sound like? What would it taste like? To Sophie's question, what would an abolition city look like? And this isn't just for conjecture, right? And I really appreciate when folks have named tonight, let's not talk in abstract here. Like, we are trying to build actual concrete campaigns that can be life affirming, that can be harm erasing, right? So want to be able to kick it to y'all. Let's think here. If there are some different campaigns that people want to lift up, if there are some questions that people have from your organizing that you're doing, please name it. But let's think, what would an abolition university look like? What would an abolition city look like? And we've got some time, so let's get to hear from some more folks before we kick it back to the front to wrap
What
up.
would a utopia look like? That's really
So
the
what's coming
question.
to mind, even if it's in the form of a question? I see you.
Hello, everybody. Jason. I'm with Debt Collective. So in terms of the question on a specific campaign, talk about debt abolition, debt cancellation, however we want to word it. And I guess I'll just phrase it in hopefully a question that provokes some sort of debate. You brought up the bonds, and universities themselves are in massive debt, right? So we've been doing a lot of work trying to uncover the ways that that functions. And so universities take on a ton of debt that ends up causing all sorts of problems for students, faculty, adjuncts. You know, you get cuts to all your programs because the university is trying to pay its creditors, so on and so forth. So the practical question is, how do you build power to go against credit rating agencies, to go against the creditors themselves, financial capital? And I guess the question is, how would abolition or the abolitionist framework help us build that type of power? Because I think we can say we want to abolish debt, we want to abolish credit rating agency, and we want to abolish financial capital. And I think that might resonate, but how does, like in a very concrete way, if we go to our comrades, whether it be in unions, whether it be in students, et cetera, communities outside, how does the framework help us bring more people together to take on a very abstract and obscure and difficult thing to take on, right? So if anyone has any thoughts of the work that the concept does in terms of bringing people together to fight against some of these like behemoths that are often unseen, I'd be curious to hear. Thanks for all the work y'all are doing. Like, really.
A lot of love in the room. So the question of how would we abolish debt? I'm seeing you. If you want to share, and then again, I want to welcome. I'll share a brief thumbnail at the end, but this isn't Coco Show. I want to invite, so the question of abolishing debt, the question of how to make things that may actually seem really difficult and really abstract into something that is as tangible as our actual lives. So curious what coming to mind. I see you.
Yeah, Alejandra Suero. I teach at Swarthmore, and I find it hard not to think about the unique situatedness as a non-U.S. citizen who has been attached to the university as long as I lived in the United States for 15 years now. I find it hard not to situate the American university and the role of unionization struggles and how distinctive that is to the present moment and the present struggle. And I say this in understanding as someone from Latin America that there exist unions and elsewhere in the world in universities, but I do think that thinking about the struggle as a struggle in relation to what Jason was saying, that goes, that maybe there are stages to it and processes that might help us get there. Thinking about the object perhaps obliquely and not directly is how unionization across classes of workers within campuses disalienates in a way that makes possible conversations that are otherwise, and not just conversations, but actions, right? And this is precisely what I think the Rutgers example is to me. I mean, I became a grad union organizer at the University of Chicago a few years back, and that completely changed my work as an educator. So that's a bit of personal experience, but I do think that it's disalienating in ways that are tangible, that are tactical, that are strategic, that get to the point of the university as a hedge fund.
I feel like I recognize that person.
But also get to the relationality that it makes possible, and that allows us to deal with the paradoxical dimensions of our attachment, which is a lot of what we talked about in our group, which is we're fucking stuck with our attachment to the university, and we have to hold space for that shit, because it's just not for the attachment, but for the grief that comes with detachment and the other modes and affects that emerge from that. So yeah.
So how these are true believers and that this is not just bullshit? Is they're openly, and again, this is their space. We're looking into their event right now. Like, they're openly acknowledging there are contradictions in our beliefs, and we need to figure out those contradictions. They're saying a lot of us went to university, we got degrees at the university. Like, there's a reason that we might want to maintain these institutions. At the same time, we theoretically know that we do need to abolish them because they uphold capitalism, and they're grappling with those contradictions. Because here's the thing, life is not actually easy. And this is where conservatives miss the point about, like, oh, they're selling books, but they hate capitalism. Oh, own the libs, bro. They understand they're working in the capitalist system. They don't like that they're working in the capitalist system, but they know that they need to work within the capitalist system in order to maintain their goals. It's not black and white. There is actually nuance to this. So that's how you know they're true believers. Is they are looking at it in a nuanced way, because not like the fake ones, they wouldn't look at it in a nuanced way. They just say that they believe something and then they ignore any contradiction at all.
For the power of union or labor organizing across campuses, within campuses, across the city of Philadelphia.
Why are you continuing to try to debunk them? Because we've asked you several times to stop debunking them. So please stop debunking them. It's against the rules. We've asked you nicely. I don't want to see it anymore. To think that this is a pipe dream is stupid, because they're fucking winning and you're fucking losing, and you're losing to them while debunking them on the internet under probably a fake name, which means that it's not actually going to accomplish anything. So can you please cut the shit and just listen?
Philadelphia.
So thinking about the power of perhaps the picket line being a new kind of familial relation. Thinking about examples from outside of the United States. Sometimes even, the best of our analyses, abolitionist university struggles notwithstanding, maybe a bit parochial to what's just happening in the US, right? There are examples of abolition that are happening around the globe that we want to lift up and learn from. Curious if there are other things that are coming to mind. Maybe one or two more folks to speak before we kick it back to the...
Yes, there are absolutely rules against you speaking your mind. You want to know why? Because you are in my fucking house, and I am the queen bitch dictator of my house. I started this stream off saying no debunking. There have been multiple people in the chat who have told you no debunking. We have said this multiple times. You are in my house. I'm not in yours. You want to break my rules, you're not going to be here any longer, because I set the rules in this house, not you.
To the group up front. I see you, Jamie.
Hi, everyone. Yeah, I think one of the things that just came up in listening to that was this idea of the university as a refuge. For me, a refuge from my family and Half Island. And then also, refuge from all sorts of interpersonal violence that can come in the home. I do a lot of work with higher ed in prison, where the university is also then a refuge, a space away from the violence of incarceration, even within the prison itself. And I wonder about building an abolition university is making good on these promises of refuge. The university says the university is a refuge for queer kids and yet perpetuates violence against them. The university says this is a refuge from the violence of mass incarceration, and yet through its entanglement with parole boards and grading systems, then can be part of punishing people even further. And so I think making good on the promise of refuge is an interesting thing to think through.
A place of refuge, a place of connection, a place to be your full self. That's also what we're talking about with abolitionist movements. Wonder if maybe someone wants to share one final thought before we kick it back to the group up front. Again, even if it's an announcement, something that y'all are engaged in, a question, something that you're wrestling with in your political work. I see you again.
Honestly, I have a lot of questions now, because, more questions than answers, because, why did we create credit in the first place? Going back to what you,
Because of the Jews.
I went to a talk recently, I think at Penn, and it was on democratizing the internet. And they talked a bit about why credit was created, and initially it was actually created to make things equal. People would have more access to funding and things like that. But as all things kind of end up being, it just becomes another system for injustice, another system to discriminate against Black and brown people, POC, people with low income, on poverty levels and stuff like that. And so I think if we want to target the credit question specifically, we need to ask, why did it come about? How did we put these structures into place? And then essentially reverse engineer it to take it apart. Obviously, since it's been around for so long, it won't be as easy to take it apart, but it's an abstract thing in the first place, because if you think about it, money doesn't really exist. It's all just paper. Same with Bitcoin.
That can't be,
it's just
Milo.
numbers. And if we just did away with it, really, I know it sounds stupid because I'm just thinking money isn't real, but it really, a lot of this stuff isn't. If we just if let's say everyone just had a blank slate right now, if we just forgot everything was going on, none of it would really be there. If everyone just forgot what they're doing right now, would money matter? Would credit exist? Would we have banks? Like, I don't know. So it kind of just like, I know it sounds kind of like up in the air, but y'all are saying it's an abstract concept to get rid of, but I think it's an abstract concept in the first place, and I don't really. I think maybe it's a little bit more simple than we, think about it. Maybe it's just a little bit more simple than that. But yeah, thanks.
So thinking about value, the rules of value that we're given, how we can challenge that on its own terms. Bruce, did you have one piece you wanted to share before we kick it back?
I mean, this is just a brief announcement, not announcement, but just calling out something that's happening at Swarthmore for all of the people here that are from Swarthmore, involved in the Swarthmore community. Solidarity at SWAT right.
Hang on. By the way, the past few days must have been cathartic for you, seeing people finally waking up to James's BS after the Communist Manifesto hoax. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Well, Turning Point USA doesn't seem to be inviting him to events anymore. So, listen, man. Listen, to be real for a second, it doesn't actually pleasure me to see someone's downfall, and I'm actually starting to feel sorry for James because, like, it's kind of very clear to me that something is actually wrong with him. And I think that he has horrible people around him who are spinning him up and feeding him all this information and getting him to say and do things that are just completely illogical on so many different levels. I really do think there's something wrong with him. And it doesn't actually make me happy to see it. But at the same time, James has made this so much harder to teach people about what the left is doing, and that's honestly what I care about. And so, like, in that respect, it's good that he's spiraling, and it's good that people are waking up, and it's good that he's seeing, that people are seeing. I hope it's an opportunity to get my stuff in front of more people who are actually just looking for down-to-earth, common sense, like, evidence-based, no bullshit, no political narrative, no political bias, no Gnosticism. Like here is what the left is doing. Yeah, the plan, our plan was never to hurt James. It was never actually to drive James insane. It was to get him to correct the things that he was doing and that he is still doing that were just completely fucked up and wrong and disconnected from reality. And I think in the course of doing that, kind of like what it's exposed is that most people on the right just don't actually care about reality to begin with. Most people on the right are more interested in bullshit and nonsense and internet drama than they are in actually finding out what's going on. But at the same time, there are people that have come and started watching my content that are they actually just want information about what's going on. And those are the people that I want to serve. And, yeah, Rationalist says, he's been calling you mentally ill for months now. It's all projection. Hope he gets well, but he has to take ownership of the vicious lies. Yeah, I mean, yeah. I don't know how people can do that. I really don't. I don't know how people can do that and look at themselves in the mirror. I could never do what James has done. If I'm saying that something is wrong, it's not that I'm saying it from a place of owning. I've never used mental illness as like an own on someone. I think it's sad more than anything else.
Right now is doing a bunch of labor organizing, which, as a lot of people have said, is really important. I'm not, directly involved with them, but I'm somewhat involved. I've been going to these events. They had an event today. They put out a letter with a bunch of dining workers and a bunch of staff on campus organizing. Just stay in tune, solidarity at SWAT. They're going to be continuing holding events, keeping pressure until the college raises wages and democratizes itself to become more accountable to its staff and students.
And just to share real quick, because Chris had asked the question, so the people who you may know and love, people like Tony Cade Bombara, June Jordan, Audre Lorde, Adrienne Rich, David Henderson, Asada Shakur, Guillermo Morales, all of these people were teaching and learning at the City University of New York at the same time in the late 60s into the 70s and 80s. And this project that I've been working on, New York Liberation School, looks at their relationships, how they try to transform the institution, and the fact that these lessons have radiated out far beyond the context of our struggles in New York City. So you all are also a part of our New York Liberation School. It's going to be coming out in May. Hope that y'all can check it out. I want to invite folks up to the front to be able to share some final thoughts. It can be pre-ordered on Common Notion's website.
Oh, it's a book. Okay.
Yeah, I wanted to respond to the comment about strikes and the kind of transformative power that that unionization has. I mean that's been something that has certainly been true. My own experience. My first semester of graduate school, my union went on strike for 6 months, and it was this kind of really difficult but profoundly transformative experience, and also like intersects with family abolition in some weird ways, right? And that a lot of people got divorced during that strike, right? A lot of the ways in which people were interpolated into the kind of normative forms of social reproduction dissolved, right, during this really difficult and really powerful moment of insurgency. And that's something that I think about a lot, and about the ways that these struggles, from NYU to the bravery of the students at Temple, right, staying on strike in the face of an administration that was taking the unprecedented step of canceling tuition remission and then charging them, right, for the labor, right, that it had extracted from them, and to Rutgers, right, which my partner just took a job at Rutgers at the beginning of the semester, so that is something that affects my own family. These are all moments of insurgency that are always also moments of possibility, right, and of creating new worlds out of the ashes of the old, and
Yo, I was just looking at this. They shot his plane down.
Hi.
So Syria has fallen to the Jews. Jew W. All of us L.
I just wanted to ask before we all leave, if you could tell us a little
Greater
bit more
Israel
about
W.
the collective and like what's next for it and how you got in it and who can join it and fun stuff like that. You like to be?
Yeah, so we have a listserv of about 65 people or so who are interested in abolitionist approaches to universities. If you're interested, you could email us there and get on that listserv. We meet occasionally to organize things together. Like we had this co-writing project. I think maybe about 18 or so people were involved in this co-writing. It was a fun process over a couple of years, actually, and we're still working on it. So yeah, anybody's welcome to join. What else are we working on? So the four of us are writing a book together. And let's see what else to say. Well, I'd say one thing also is that I think we're trying to kind of enact an alternative sort of university through these projects. We're trying to build relationships with each other in ways that are totally different from capitalist university. We're in relationships of care and mutual aid, and we're saying a big fuck you to the kind of competitiveness that we normally experience in academia. And we're also saying abolishing the normal hierarchies too. Like I work as a staff person, and yeah, we're able to collaborate across the like campus worker, faculty, student lines. Yeah, I think maybe that's one way to get to your question, Jason, of thinking about how an abolitionist perspective can help in building power for a student debt abolition movement. Thinking of how abolition means, as I think Ruth Wilson Gilmore says, it means to change everything, and that includes changing our everyday relationships in the university and around it. Like constituting, thinking of the university as a way of relating, and we can change it, abolish it by relating differently.
I just wanted to make a few comments. And I know that we're talking about the university, but I think it's really important to just think about everybody that is in it and how they don't give a shit about it. And that's why you have to talk to them, because there's like, I don't give a fuck if you went to Harvard. I don't know who that person is, or fuck that person. Or that, there's, especially within like our spaces, I try to reject that thing, even when I know I love the person, that like magic thing that is like, oh, meaning is, oh, did you read that? It's like, no, they're a person. Oh, I like the words. They're good. They're helping me as a person. But like, we have to like work on that. I just reject it entirely. And because just like when I feel like, also like kind of the things that we're working at are like the people, like the people that aren't, are evicted, don't have property, or some of these other individuals that are like at the edge, and like I just want to listen to like what is happening at that time, to then try to fix it from there, and not try to like say like, oh no, this is like a magical poor person that knows everything right. No, you have to curse at them and tell them when they're wrong too, right? But like the whole point is that like you're going to come and partner with people that have a theory of life that is like that you fuck with, this live theory that like honestly has to be listened to, but not like put on a pedestal, right? So it's like it just feels like such an important step that we all have to make, because it's like all these things around, lastly, it's like these things are constantly connected, and like it's our job to like articulate connection. So like when we're talking about housing justice, it's disability justice, it's gender justice, it's it's environmental justice, right? There are these constant things. There's debt. It's like, oh no, there's so many types of debt that it relates to every single person. There's like housing debt, there's mortgage, it doesn't matter, right? So when we're talking about housing, no, there are many types of shelter and housing that should be in the housing movement, right? And it can all be, like, it's our job to articulate that to people so that they see that. It's not like renters and housing homeowners. That's not a distinction I even acknowledge. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? You're indebted to a bank and they can take it, and the city will take your house anyway when they raise the taxes. That we're fighting for you too. You fight for us, we fight for you. It's like all the divisions around humanity, they cannot be articulated, right? To like connect us all. And even when it comes to like a thing like family, that's why the thing about family is so important, because that is a lot of times it is the thing that is like dividing us. To say like, oh, you should not ever care about that person, whether they live or die, whether they're hungry or,
The family is what's dividing us, because the privatized nuclear family tells you who you should care about and who you shouldn't. That's what he just said. Listen again.
Like family, that's why the thing about family is so important, because that is a lot of times it is the thing that is like dividing us. To say like, oh, you should not ever care about that person, whether they live or die, whether they're hungry or, and then you reject that and say, no, I do care about that person. They're far away from me. And that includes the people that are far away from you in other countries. And in fact, I don't think anything can be learned from this fucking hellhole, right? Called the United States. Nothing can be learned here.
Oh!
We are in the middle of the beast. We are how many miles away from Washington, from
Sophie
DC and
nodding.
New York, right? We're too close. We have to be going other places to learn like other ways of relating. It's like so many things around are the way that we relate, the way that people relate to land, the way that people relate to like property, land, each other, that does not involve all of this shit. That look at us like, what the fuck are you talking about, right? So it's just like especially around ownership and what you do to other people. That's what I mean. But I know that's a longer conversation, but I'm just saying I think like we have to really look at ourselves, especially as people that like live so close here, like what is happening in us and what's the experience of growing in this like United States.
Thank you for naming these stakes. Thank you. I wonder, final request, at least for now. Anyone else want to share some thoughts from the front, or from this side of the room, rather? Feel free to close us out.
I'm cognizant of worker time, and that the event was to go from 6 to 8, and I don't want to take up worker time. Yeah, I guess I wonder in terms of proximity and location, what obligation comes with that as well, right? If this is the belly of the beast, and if we're
I'm not
so
sure, Dragon
proximate, I don't know that that means necessarily just turn away.
I don't like him,
either,
though. He's
right?
not
I think it does
smart. I
put
don't
upon
know.
us. Don Rodriguez uses the language of kind of the abolitionist obligation, which is something that's very much not in line with kind of liberal and proprietary ideas of selfhood and individuation. So I guess that's something I've been thinking about as we've been talking. Both Jason, your comment, and the person who spoke next, kind of asking the question about the kind of meaninglessness of credit. And what happens when we actually historicize the credit industry, right? It's not it's kind of a really old thing, but it's actually not, right? Like the idea of credit scores being something that defines who we are is rather recent, right? It's something that existed, I forget exactly what year, but certainly within the last century, and I think kind of later in the century. Melinda Cooper has some really great work that kind of helps us think about the history of credit as a way of assessing selfhood, right? As a way of kind of marking the self. I think there's something really powerful about the work of historicization. I know that we don't always go to history and we can like stay there, but to historicize these concepts that come to dominate and organize our senses of self and our relationships to each other can be a really powerful way of naturalizing, right? Of kind of building that utopia, kind of utopia as a way of just reimagining, reknowing what we can do in the now. And part of that is undoing the things that we take for granted. And that's what's part of the project we're doing with the new book project, is kind of trying to denaturalize what do we assume the university is and what it does, and what do we want this kind of vast concentration of resources and people and labor and work and time together, right? There's kind of spaces to relate, to study, to think. What do we actually want to do with that? Because it's in some ways, it's a weird time with universities, right? Universities are also under attack in really real ways. We look at what's happening down in Florida. We look at what's happening all over the place. My own university,
Hi,
like,
father.
some questionable
Good to
stuff
see
going on. But there's also so much else happening there. So how do we take advantage of that? How do we use also spaces like this, right, where we can come together and kind of think of it as another form of university? Or I agree, the picket line is another kind of fantastic space to organize. Nick and I both came up into our thinking on the university through organizing in the UC system around the financial crisis and all that came afterwards. So I just want to kind of hold that up and as the university as a space that we're critiquing and kind of really angry about, but also as one that we're using. And I don't know, I still very naively, and perhaps because of all these attachments, have some desire to use it. Maybe I'm also just there, but I want to do something. And I think confrontation is a big part of that, but also relating and being together in it.
Thank you. That's a powerful closeout. Just want to ask everyone to give every single person in this room a round of applause.
We made it. We made it through 2 hours and 17 minutes of socialism. Guys, you really, for those of you who made it till the end, congratulations. That last half hour was rough. I'm not going to mind saying it. There weren't even a lot of good questions. Usually Q&A, we get some good stuff because people are speaking extemporaneously, but we just didn't really get any stuff tonight. That's all right. We still got some good information. We did it. We made it. We're done. Now, as a reminder, guys, I do not stream on Sundays, but you can join us for movie night in the supporter Discord tomorrow at 8 p.m. Does anyone know what movie we're watching? What movie are we watching? Let's see. Jennifer usually posts this. I don't see it posted. Does anyone know what movie we're watching tomorrow? I don't know. Oh, right. We're doing Metropolis tomorrow. We're doing that's right. God, I can't believe I forgot about that. We are doing the original Metropolis tomorrow, the original sci-fi movie. The way you get invited to my supporter Discord is you head over to my Substack, which is Carlin, KARLYN.substack.com. And you sign up as a supporting member, $8 a month, $80 a year. If you're a supporter on Locals, I'll also send out the Discord link there. And what I do every Sunday is I send out something that looks like, I'll show you what it looks like. It looks like this. I do a weekly newsletter called the Unwoke Roundup. In the weekly newsletter, that's where you find access to your supporter perks. That includes a Zoom call on Monday. That includes access to my supporter Discord. That includes a 10% off perpetual coupon code in the Unwoke Art merchandise store. How you find that is when I send out this email, you scroll all the way down to the bottom, and underneath this red box, you're going to find the link to the Discord. You're going to find the Zoom links. You're going to find everything you need to know. Whatever supporter perks we have that week are going to be in the bottom of the newsletter. And then you come and join us in the supporter Discord tomorrow for movie night at 8 p.m. We are also doing movies on Monday nights with Mac B. Honest Dog Allison just did a great movie night last night, and I think she might be thinking about moving to a different day that's not Friday, so we'll have more information on that. So there is a lot of stuff going on in the supporter Discord, and I definitely recommend anyone who wants to come hang out with us and do cool shit, join the supporter Discord. Get access to that by being a member of my Substack, funding the work I'm doing. I really do appreciate it. As a reminder, there is one more day in the dystopian sale in the Unwoke Art Store, so you can get all of these designs. Obey 1984, Fahrenheit 451. We got Animal Farm. We've got Clockwork Orange. The Obey one is made off of They Live. You can get all the merch on those designs specifically for 25% off until tomorrow in the Unwoke Art Store. And that, of course, does fund the work I'm doing. Get you some cool gifts for Christmas as well. And guys, that's all I have. That's all I have for today. You made it through another Socialism Saturday. I appreciate all of you. I will be back on Monday, and we will do it all again. Have a good rest of your night, guys. Take care. We'll see you soon. Bye.
How are you feeling? How long have you been here? 3 months, May 17th. And what brought you here? That's difficult to answer. I'm not clear. How is it that playing the piano for people has eventually resulted in your being here in the hospital? That's difficult to answer.